Howdy, folks. How are we today? Hopefully you can hear me. For whatever reason, my microphone today decided that it was not going to work, which I fortunately caught before I started streaming, I think. So I think now you should theoretically be able to hear me and see me and appreciate my new glasses, which are lovely. Yes, these are the new glasses. Can you tell they're different than the old glasses? I think you should be able to tell. That is my professional opinion, but I could be wrong. Hey, Admiral Amy, Tallcat, Acid, Jim, Jay, Daniel. Got lots of folks already hanging out. So let's see, we've got the new glasses, Josh. Let's see, what all do I have to advertise or mention today to start? Hey, Jay, how are you? I was just thinking, I wasn't sure, J40, I was just thinking I hadn't seen the other Jay in a bit, but good to see you. Welcome everyone. I think my only thing to plug today, aside from the new glasses, which I'm very excited about, is that I just published a new puzzle on Logic Masters Germany as of literally like an hour ago. I had wanted for a while to, great to see you too, Jay. I'd wanted for a while to do a double arrow puzzle. So if you've been paying attention to the whole, I don't know if it's fair to call it a trend, the whole doubler string of puzzles I've been putting out that started with vignettes and then had topsy-turvy that I did with Tallcat, and then Medusa was a thermo one. Now I have a double arrow doubler puzzle, which I think is my favorite puzzle I've set in a while. So I encourage you to give it a go if you have not had a look at it yet. I think it's pretty cool. There you go. Oh, and Jay Dyer is making a doubler puzzle. Excellent. Can you reveal what it is doublers combined with, or is that a secret? It is okay if it is a secret, but I'm curious. I've definitely seen several others setting a variety of doubler puzzles. I know Ictues has made a few doubler puzzles. I know Cogito has made a doubler puzzle that's already in the bucket. So there's a variety of things floating around. So I'm looking forward to doing some more of those as well. Excellent. Josh has made a doubler puzzle. Okay, excellent. I have been finding it fun to play around with all of the different ways to do that. All right. And Jay Dyer says it's a secret. Okay, we will not pry. We will wait eagerly for when we can do the secret doubler puzzle. Alrighty, so here is our puzzles doubler tutorial. There we go. Yeah, I just need 2 gas puzzles and then a variety of 2-star puzzles. Then we can do indeed a doubler tutorial. Anyway, speaking of the tutorials, by the way, if you're newer to Sudoku and you're looking for help sort of getting into it and getting into some of the various constraints, I've been doing a once every 2 weeks series where I do a deep dive on some aspect of it. And those have been posted as videos on the channel. So we've so far done killer, Kropke, just notation, and arrows. So if you want to look at any of those, they're about 2 hours each, and they're posted. They have lots of sample puzzles. If you're trying to learn the stuff, you might try and do the puzzles first, and then watch me do them. Just see what you can learn from them. But anyway, give those a look if you haven't. But as always, we're going to start with the puzzle that was voted on by the supporters. So a reminder: if you support on Patreon or by becoming a YouTube member, which you can do by either clicking join down below. Or going to patreon.com/zetamath. If you do either of those things, then at a certain level of support, you get to vote on what puzzles we do on the channel, so we can see all of these. And so there's been a whole hubbub going on over in the voting thing, because there were something, as of this morning, like 5 or 6 puzzles tied at 7 votes each. This puzzle eked it over the finish line because Logan broke the tie. So if you've been considering becoming a member and you haven't, you can have a lot of power because of the amount of ties there are floating around now. Or alternatively, if you're already a member but you haven't voted recently, you can break the ties on what we have coming up. So go ahead and flex your voting muscles. to go ahead and vote for some things. All right, so this puzzle is dedicated to the following 8 people who voted for it. So it's dedicated to Logan, Ken, Doomdiat, Luda, Tallcat, Daniel, Russ, and David. David Ratner, I should specify. All of whom voted to see this puzzle, so I'm looking forward to it. I always enjoy a Glum Hippo puzzle. Last week, by the way, there was this extended conversation about cats that I was listening to, and I really the whole time wanted to talk about Glum Hippo's puzzle that's like 2 cats on top of each other. If anyone has a link to that and can send it to Tristan, I would love to just post a link in the chat for those of you who haven't seen it, because it's an older puzzle, but it is an amazing Glum Hippo puzzle. It's amazing it exists. It's amazing to solve. It's like one of those puzzles that I think I probably solved 18 months ago, and I still remember clearly. So anyway, if there's a link to that can be scrounged up somewhere, if it could be put in chat, that would be great. David Ratner donates $10 and says, "For my new glasses." Thank you. Directionary's anniversary. Congratulations to Directionary. And for David's engagement this week. So congratulations on your engagement, David. That is also great. So we've got a lot of love going on around with the glasses, and a wedding anniversary and an engagement. So congratulations to all involved, Directionary, my glasses, and David. So that's great to hear. I'm glad to hear that. Alrighty, so I guess with all of that, we should read the rules to this puzzle. So I think all of the rules here are standard, but I am already seeing that that's not true as I look over this. Okay, so we've got the normal, so we have normal Sudoku rules. These are between lines. So the way these work is that I should turn my keypad on. If I don't turn my keypad on, it will not work well. If I make these an 8 and these a 2, then what I'm saying is all of the digits along the line are between 2 and 8, and strictly between. So they would all have to be from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in this instance. And so always on a line, one circle is bigger than the digit and one circle is smaller. Now, you don't have any sort of constraints on the order, so they're sort of like a degenerate thermo, if you want to think about it that way. So like one of these is the biggest thing along here, one of them is the smallest. We don't quite know exactly how that goes. All right. And then we have white dots. So the rules say rectangles, but the rectangles have been replaced with dots. I'm guessing in sort of older versions of this, they were rectangles, because I know Kropke often used to be rectangles. Hey, Medi and Agent and Ambrose. The 2 cats puzzle. Oh, thank you, Daniel. I'm glad you were able to find that. All right. So white dots mean the digits are consecutive. So for example, this could be a 3 and a 4. Those are consecutive. Okay. But this puzzle, unlike any puzzle I've done in a very long time, this in fact has a negative constraint on consecutive digits. So this digit, for example, cannot be a 6. And it cannot be a 6 in this puzzle because 5 and 6 are consecutive and there is no dot. I am not allowed to put something with I'm not allowed to put consecutive digits where there is no dot. So that should be fun. Negative Kropke puzzles are always interesting. All right, so let's get started. And there's all kinds of things that sort of leap out to me. So like one thing is that because I have a 5 here, 4 and 6 can't go in any of these cells. So 4 and 6 are sort of shunted into the corners of this box. And 3 of these are on white dots, which is always already interesting. So that's sort of the Kropke thing, or sorry, the negative Kropke thing that I see right away. And there's a similar thing going on with 3 and 5 over in this box. But then there's the, oh yeah, that's right, we need a bet cell. Okay, so earlier I was hanging around ranks puzzle, or sorry, ranks stream. Whew, I can talk. Uh, and for every puzzle I was betting 2, because in the very first puzzle the answer turned out to be 2, and then ranks said that no one ever bets 2. So I've decided to become the 2 guy. So I'm going to just now be the person who bets 2. That will be my brand. But then in literally every puzzle after that, it was like before he'd finished explaining the rules, I had already proven to myself that the bet cell was not 2. Anyway, so with that all out of the way, you can try your own luck and you can try betting that this cell will be a 2. Who knows? But anyway, if you're not familiar with the bet cell, basically this is just a game where you guess a digit from 1 through 9, or another digit. Don't let me stop you. If you want to guess a digit that's not between 1 and 9, by all means. It doesn't even have to be an integer. It doesn't even have to be strictly real. Whatever you want to guess, you can just guess what's going to end up being filled in here at the end of the puzzle. Okay, so the other thing that sort of leaps out to think about is where 1 and 9 are going to go in regards to between lines. And so, for example, in this box, I cannot put a 1 or a 9 on the between line. So my 1 and my 9 in this box are only in these 3 spaces. And that's very interesting as sort of a constraint already. I'm trying to decide if I somehow know that this can't be 1 or 9, but I don't think I do. Let's see. In this box, I have a similar sort of problem. I've got this sort of T-shape for where the 1s and 9s can go. Let's see. Chat is telling me in row 4 I should look at 1 and 9. So the following cells, so the ones that are on between lines, definitely can't be 1 or 9. I also can't have a 1 or 9 between 2 dots, because if I have a 1 or a 9 between 2 dots, then, well, a 1 on a dot needs to be next to a 2, a 9 on a dot needs to be next to an 8. So if I made this a 9, I'd need to put 2 8s. That's not going to work. So because of the confluence of that and the between lines, Chad is absolutely correct that I can rule 1 and 9 out of all of these things. So I should ask Zach very, very quickly if he would rather do a 1 dance or a 9 dance. Zach says he would rather do the 9 dance. So we will fill in the 9 here, and that will be our first digit. I know it's a 9 because I know it's a 1 or a 9, but there's a 1 up there, so this is a 9. So Zach will happily provide us with the 9 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you very much. We appreciate your 9 dance. And so that's going to get us a ton of stuff. Okay, so first of all, we should not forget about the 1. Even though Zach did not want to dance for the 1 in this particular puzzle. But we'll go ahead and fill in an 8 and a 7 and a 6. And this is a 7 or a 9 immediately. Let's see. Okay, so... Okay, so now where does the 9 go in this box? Are we going to get the bets? Is the bet cell going to be the first digit we fill in after all of that? Because I'm seeing this can't be a 9. So I guess the 9 is in one of 2 places. So the bet cell is 50-50 to be a 9 if I look in this box. Can't go on this line, and I can't put a 9 here either because that would put an 8 there, and that's not allowed to be an 8. I may have chosen a very bad bet cell. All right, so let's fill in this cacophony of digits. So we've got 2, 3, 4, 5s to go in. This digit is not a 4. But this is a string of 3 consecutive digits out of 2, 3, 4, 5. So 3 and 4 definitely have to be over here. So this is not 3 or 4. But if you think about it, what are the possible strings? It could be 2, 3, 4, or it could be 3, 4, 5. Except it can't be 3, 4, 5 because that would put a 4 here and there's a given 4. So this has to be 2, 3, 4. And that makes that a 5. Oh, and Tallcat has donated $10, doubling David's donation in honor of Double Double. Oh, thank you very much, Tallcat. I hope you are enjoying your, I hope you're enjoying your wedding, but that makes it sound a little bit different than what's actually happening. I hope you're enjoying the wedding that you are visiting. I also apologize if you're distracted today, because I'm definitely going to solve Siphon today, and I know you probably won't be able to give it your full attention. But, well, it's gotta happen. Neither of these can be 3 anymore, because they're both next to a 2 or a 4. So those are not 3. So one of these really is 3. I was like, all I want from Simon today is for him to not do Siphon. Of course, I'm going to do it anyway, even if Simon did do it, but it's nicer if I can beat Simon to the puzzles. There's a 5 up here somewhere. There's so many things happening here. Let's see, this is a 2 or a 4, and guess which one it is. So this is this digit's next to 3, and it's a 2 or a 4, but I suspect it's not a 4, so that's a 2. If I had paid attention, that probably would have been an easier thing to fill in, for example. Let's see. So now 1 is placed in row 3, because 1 can't be in any of these cells because there's a 1 in the box. It can't be next to a 2 because there's not a white dot. It can't be on a 1. It can't be here because it would place a second 2 in the row. So 1 in the row goes exactly here. Hey, Liam, welcome. So now 1 is down here somewhere. I'm just pausing to see if I actually know which of these cells it is or isn't or something like that, but I don't think I do. Let's see. Can I do a similar thing with 9 in this row? Where is 9 in this row? Oh, I don't think so. Do I know this isn't 8, 9? Don't think so. Okay. Point from Jim. 2 in box 1 only goes in one of these 2 cells, because it can't touch the 1, and it can't go in a row with a 2, which dumps a 2 into one of these cells. Which is very interesting in regards to 3, and where we're going to have to put the 3 in this box. If this were a 2, it would rule 3 completely out of here and would put a 3 down here. If I do put a 3 down here, this has to be 3, 4. I don't know that that's immediately a problem. So here's the thing. One of these digits is a 2, and it's on this between line. And I think Garion said this infinity years ago, and I was reading chat and looking at stuff and all of these sorts of things. I see Ambrose is also saying it now. One of these is a 2. So in order to be lower than 2, one of these 2 cells is a 1. I don't know which. But that means that's not a 1. I guess this is also not a 1 because it's on a white dot. And a white dot would put a 2 here. So take your pick for whichever explanation you like as to why that's not a 1. But one of these has to be a 1. And then the other one has to be... big-ish. Okay. So now here's another trick. This is the Tallcat trick. I think I have to undo my coloring and just remember that these 1s are pencil marked across boxes. Because I want to ask where blue is in this box. And the answer is that blue in this box can only go here or here, because it can't repeat in its column, but it also can't repeat on the between line because of the negative because of the strictness of the inequality. So blue's actually up here. Now blue's definitely not 3. I'm trying to see if I think there's any universe where blue is 5. I don't think blue can be 5 either. Right, no, sorry. blue is up here and blue's not 3. So 5's not up here because this is a blue 3 pair. That's the way to see this. So 5, there's no room for 5 up here. This is a blue 3 pair. Blue's not 3. So 5 is actually honestly down in one of these two cells. For sure. And it's sort of opposite the 4. If this were a 5, that would be a 6. Not so exciting immediately. So there's definitely a 1 in this row is the point. Because either this is a 1 or blue is 1, in which case there's a 1 up here anyway. So there's always a 1 in this row. Oh, well, never mind. I realize now that I could have seen that in a much simpler way that did not involve anything sophisticated. So that is good. Okay. Garion now has the correct question, which is, where is 9 in this box? And the 9 in this box can't go on the between line. It's not 2 or 4. So the 3 is also, sorry, so the 9 is also up here. So this cell is either a 1 or a 9, and these are a 1, 3, 9 triple, is the point. Hey, Naverio, how are you doing? Okay. How is the project going, Naverio? I know you have been working diligently on that. So now 9 in box 1 is not in any of these places. So 9 in box 1 is in one of these two places. So 9 in this box is in one of these schedzillion places, which is not immediately what I hope for. Let's see. Ambrose says the other column 8 circle is also 1 or 9. So if this is 9, then that's 1. If this is 1, then why can't that be the 9, Ambrose? Because the lines in box 3 contain an 8. That is a good reason, because the lines in box 3 contain an 8. Right, because I know exactly what these digits are. These digits are exactly a 1, 2, 3, 4. These digits are exactly a 5, 6, 7, 8. And I know that these two are not 5. But in particular, one of them is an 8, so there needs to be a 9. And so the point is really between this box and this box, there's both a 2 and an 8. And so the boundaries have to be 1 and 9. I'm going to get rid of my stray corner marks now. That's going to remove 9 as a candidate from here. Now 1 and 9 are both punched into here, into these two cells. So these cells are now a 1-9 pair. I think my blue coloring is probably not really doing anything anymore. It was cooler back when I started it. I don't think I know which of these is which in regards to that yet. Let's see. Okay, so are there any eliminations from our negative constraint in box 3? Let's see. So, if 8, so, sorry, I'm just trying to, someone in chat was asking me what happens if 8's over here. I'm trying to figure out who it was. Someone, I've lost track. Hey, Myfer. Remind me if that's not how it's pronounced. I know you've told me before. But welcome. If 8 goes on the left line... it's if 8 goes over here, then that's the problem. Okay. Because if 8 goes over here, it's with a... Sorry, I was looking for the question, but the question was actually the other way around. If 8 goes over here, then this is an 8-7, and this is a 5-6, and that's not allowed. So there's no 8 over here. So there's definitely an 8 over here. As soon as there's definitely an 8 over here, there's no 7 over here. But we already knew there was a 7 over here, right? No, we did not. Right. There's definitely a 7 over here. And there's only one odd, so there's no 5 over here. So the 5 is actually here. That's the 8. That's not a 9. That 5 makes that a 2 and a 4. Let's see. Do I get any more joy out of this? I mean, that was a lot of joy. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to be too greedy. What about these? 1, 2, 3, 4. If these are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are 5, 6, 7, 8. Meaning that one of these two is 9, because there's an 8 on this on one of these lines. So that's not 9, that's not 9, that's not 9. So the 9 in this box is here. Okay. So let me go over that again. One of these is 9. So that's not 9 because it sees both of them. That's just not 9, and that's not 9 either. So the 9 in this box goes in this row, which saves me from a near miss on the bet cell. So we've got that. Mever. I'll try to remember that. And feel free to further nudge me. But that means that this is the 9. Why can't 8 be in row 8? Oh, sorry. Sorry, Ambrose makes a good point, which is that this point's not actually on the line, which I did not somehow process. This point's not actually on the between line. I just, in my brain, all 4 of these were on the between line, but my argument only works if the 8 is actually on the line, which I don't know. Merver? Sorry, Merver. I feel like that was worse, but you can let me know. Trying to stretch the R and figure out how to make my mouth do that. So yeah, chat is making a good point, which is, where is 2 in this box? 2 in this box is definitely on this line just by Sudoku. So this has got to be a 2, 3. It has no choice. That means that's not the 3, which tells me this is the 3 up here, because remember, there had to be a 3 up there. Oops. What did I do? Sorry, there had to be a 3 up there. Okay, so now this is just a pair. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8 is what these digits are. This can't be a 5 because it's next to a 4, so actually this is an 8 and a 5. Now this, just by dottage, is a 6, which means that this is a 5 or a 7, but it can't be a 7. I'll explain why in a second. If this was a 7, this would be 6 and 7, but that would make this 5 and 8, but they'd be on a white dot. That's not going to work. So this is not a 7, it's a 5. So these are not 5, 6, they are 7, 8. This is a 6 or a 4. Doing a quick scan to see if I know whether it's a 6 or a 4. I don't think I do, but I do know this is the other of 6 and 4. So these are 4 and 6, and so, that 8 fixes the 1 and 9 and 1, and 9 and 1, from over there. These two digits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9, the 7 has to go there, and the 9 goes there, because I can't put a 7 next to a 6. So, so the bet cell is a 9. And this is not a 9. Okay, so and so now, because this can't be a 9, we can't put 9 on this, or sorry, we can't put 8 on this line anymore. This is a very cool puzzle, by the way, I saw the stutter was just in here, Glum Hippo just popped in. I was also advertising and we posted in chat a link to your double cat puzzle from a while ago, which is a puzzle that always stays with me. This can't be an 8 anymore, because they're not allowed to be a 9 on this line, so that's a 7 and an 8. Let's see. Okay. Not quite. So now what is the circle? Because now there's a 7 on the line. The circle can't be... This is... well, basically everyone in chat is pointing this out, but very correctly. There's a 7 on this between line. The low side is taken care of, so this has to be an 8 or a 9, but it can't be a 9, so it's an 8. So we get that 8. Let's see. Screaming Ice Cube says in box 2, that Kropke needs an even number on it. Which, this one? Or this one? The row 3 Kropke. Okay, so let's see. So could this be a 4? It could be a 4, 3. It could be 3, 4. It can't have a 6 on it. That's a very cute spot. This can't have a 6 on it, because either that's a 6, which is bad, or that's a 6, in which case I know this digit is a number that's consecutive with 6. That's not going to work either. And let's see. That can't be an 8. Could this be an 8? If this were an 8... this would be a 7 or a 9. This couldn't be a 7 because of that. What's wrong with this being 8 and 9? Ah, I know the 9 in the rows over here. Wow, that's really hard to see, but that is a very good spot. So, by Screaming Ice Cube. The only even digit that can go on this dot is whichever one I didn't just break, which is 4. So this is a 3, 4 white dot. I have no idea how Screaming Ice Cube figured that out. But Screaming Ice Cube did successfully figure that out. So that was cool. So now that that's a 3, 4, what's left in the row? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are 6, 7, 8, 9. I know this one's not 9 or 8. This one's not a 6, because it touches a 5. Quick scan to see if I've made any pairs. I have. I've made a 6, 7 pair, which makes this a 9, and makes that an 8. Let's see. I know the 4 in this box is now up here somewhere. It's certainly not there. So the 4 is in one of these two spots, because the 4 can't touch the 5. Good point from Kevin, is the one I see. The 6, 7 can't be a 7, because it would be next to an 8. So that's a 6, and a 7, and a 6. Okay. Good, good. All right. There's a 3 in this box in one of these two cells. I see. It's been pointed out that there's no 9 in either of these circles and no 1 in either of these circles. So I can't put a 2 on this line at all. Oh, so where does 2 go in this box? Right. 2 in box 5 can't go on this line, because if 2 went on this line, I would need to have a 1 in one of these two circles, and conveniently neither of them can be a 1. So the only place a 2 can go in this box is here, which makes that a 3. This can't be a 1, because it would immediately be on a 1 on a between line, so this is a 3. And so now this between line has 3s on it, which means it needs either a 1 in a circle or a 2 in a circle. It can't have a 1 in a circle. For some reason I thought this digit couldn't be a 2, but I don't see any reason why it couldn't be that one, but one of these two is a 2. So what are these two digits? They are, let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, a 4 and a 5, it looks like. So that gives me a Jovi wing of sorts on 4s. So there's a 4 down here. What about this row? Oh, sorry. There's a 5 in this row. Let's make it easier for ourselves. There's a 5 in this row already. So that's a 4, and that's a 5, and that's a 3, and that's a 4. So this can't be the 2 because it's next to a 3, and there's a negative constraint. So that is the 2. This is a 4 or a 6 to finish the row, I believe. That looks right. And it's not a 4 because it would be next to a 3. So this is a 6 and a 4. This is a really cool puzzle. Neither of these are 4. And remember, so now 4 actually is only in one place. This is the only place a 4 can go because it can't go next to the 3 anymore. So that's a 4. This can't be a 5, so it had better be a 3. All right. These two are a 1, which can't go here because it would put a 2 there, and there's already a 2 in the column. So that's a 1 and a 2. And this digit is a something. It's a 7. So this is, well, it can't be a 6, so it has to be an 8. Because a 6 would be next to a 5. So the 6 can't go next to there. So this is a 7 or a 9, and it's not a 9, so it's a 7. Now the 6 has been chased into the lower left corner of this box. It has nowhere else it can hide. Because of the 5 that is blocking it out of anywhere in the plus sign at the center. So one of these two cells is a 1, and it's that one. And so this one, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, this one's a 9. I'm having a blast with this puzzle, by the way. Let's see, that's not a 2 anymore. So by Sudoku, or by pencil marks, I know the 2 is here, which by pencil marks tells me the 5 is here. I probably can figure out what this has to be. 1, 2, 3 is a 4. These two are a 3, which has to go here, and a 7, which has to go there. So now I get to just fill in some triples. I need a 2. I've got a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are 2, 7, 9. That one I know is not 2. That one I know is not 2, because it's next to a 1, so that one is 2. This one's not a 9, because there's a 9 in the column already. So that's a 9, and that's a 9. So this is an 8 or a 6, and there's a 6 in the column, so it's an 8. So now these two digits, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, yes, so they go in that order just by Sudoku. So now let's come down and do this column, I suppose. We've got 1, 2, 3, we need a 4, we've got a 5, we need a 6, we've got a 7, and we need an 8, and we've got a 9. So these are 4, 6, 8. That one can't be 8 for actually multiple reasons. This one can't be 4 or 6, so that one is 8. That would be one of the many reasons why that one couldn't be 8, because that one was 8. This is next to a 7, so it can't be a 6, so that's a 4 and a 6. This digit now has to be a 1 or a 2, and it seems to not be able to be a 1. But notice there's a 3 on this between line, so I need a 1 or a 2 to bound it, and I can't bound it with a 1. So I have to bound it with a 2. Now I need to put a digit here that's consecutive with 2, but not with 4. So it has to be a 1 or a 3, but 3 would be consecutive there, so that's the 1. That 4 fixes the 6 and the 4. That 3 fixes the 2 and the 3. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a 5. And now we just have to watch the zeta try and figure out what digit is missing. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, and 3. That was smooth as butter. That was amazing. Yeah, that was great from start to finish, and just very elegant. Never got stuck. just sort of went through it with cool deduction after cool deduction. Very cool. Lots of neat stuff in there. And most of the between lines didn't work out to be 1 and 9. As I have a vendetta against between lines that have 1 and 9 on the ends, but only one of those happened in this puzzle, so I will accept that. Alrighty, I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'll be back with Siphon by Tallcat. Be right back. Welcome back. Here we have the puzzle Siphon by Tallcat. By the way, Meme Rister started this really cool series where he interviews famous celebrity Sudoku setters, and started the series on Friday with an interview with Tallcat. If you did not catch that, I really recommend you head over to Meme Rister's channel and watch Meme Rister interview Tallcat for about 2 hours. I found it really fascinating, and if you're spending your Saturday watching someone stream Sudoku puzzles, I kind of suspect you will also find it fascinating. So I encourage you to check that out. Tristan can post a link to Memerister's channel there. If Memerister has any more details about like who the next one's going to be or when it'll be, Memerister can post those in chat as well, just to drum up excitement. All right, so this is a region sumlines puzzle. And so region sumlines is a constraint that's sort of like a weird arrow, I guess, where what it says is that if you take one of these lines, and so, for example, I'm going to just take this one, then sort of every region the line passes through, you break into a separate piece of the line. And so here I've broken it into the part that's in box 7, the part that's in box 8, and the part that's in box 4. And each of those parts has the same sum. So the 2 green cells have the same sum as the 3 yellow cells, have the same sum as the 2 purple cells. And so that is how these work. And now I should emphasize, every line has a different, every line has a sum that is not necessarily the same. So these 3 cells could very well have a different sum than these 3 cells, for example. That is what we know. Okay. So here is the thing I notice right away, is that these digits I know sum to 45, which means these digits sum to 45. Is it at all interesting to have 6 digits in 2 rows of a Sudoku that sum to 45? Well, what's the maximum 6 digits in 2 rows of a Sudoku could sum to? And the answer is if these were 987 and 987, which would sum to 48. So we actually only have 3 degrees of freedom. Now, 3 is, I should note, an incredibly annoying number of degrees of freedom to have, because it's sort of a lot. So it's saying there's 3 degrees over these being each 987. And so that the 3 degrees of freedom would tell us that these are from 987, 654. Which is not the best deduction that I've ever made in my life, but I feel fairly confident that I'm supposed to think about this. All right. Paper, Scissors, and Martin have good points, which is that I actually know something about these 2 cells. So I'm going to need to do better about my approximation, because these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. And in fact, I actually can tell you that one's not a 6 when I explain why, which is that this is basically the sum of these 3 cells. I mean, by basically, I mean it literally is. That's how the rules work. And so the minimum these could sum to is 1, 2, 4, which is 7. Likewise over here, the minimum these could sum to is 1, 2, 3, which is 6. And so the reason why that's very interesting is that it changes my best that these could sum to. These cells can't sum to 24 anymore. In fact, what's the most they could sum to? And so I think in thinking about that, I want to look at these cells, which have to sum to at least 10, plus these cells, these have to sum to at least 13. I guess all that's telling me is that these are at least 6 and 7, which I already knew. So the maximum, if I just fill it in, would be 985 for these. Sorry, 985. And then these being 7, 8, 9. And now I have, so this is the, I'm just maximizing the green thing. So in the maximum, this is what it looks like. And so 5, 8, 9 is 22 plus 24, and that's 46. And so now, what has happened is that we have gone from having 3 degrees of freedom to having 1 degree of freedom. So we only have 1 degree of freedom over our bare minimum. And that gets us a digit. Because that means this can't be anything but 6. If this is anything but 6, then that pushes this 7 up, and that eats up 2 degrees of freedom. Because it pushes up both of these, which then pushes down 2 of these. So this digit is a 6. And that gets us, I believe, our first digit, and we can have Zach do his patented 6-y dance. And so here is Zach. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Yes, Simon listened to my my begging that he not do this today. To be clear, I did not actually ask him. I was just like, please, Simon, wait a day. Welcome, by the way, to Isabella. Okay, so I want to think more through this whole 1 degree of freedom bit. So if this was not a 7, then it would be at least an 8. I think that also eats too many degrees of freedom, right? If this was an 8, then it would push these down to 5, 7, 9. Oh, maybe no, maybe that's okay. 5, 7, 9 I think is okay. 5, 7, 9 is just 1 less. I think it's okay. I think so. This has got to be a 7 or an 8, though. Now these I'm just putting in what the 1 degree of freedom tells me, which is that I could have a 6 or 7 going on here. Of course, this one can't be a 6, but I'm basically not thinking about that. Now, because these are maximum 7, 8, 9, the only thing I can touch is the 7. So there is an 8 and a 9 in green in this row. And here, unfortunately, I do need a 9. I can't get rid of the 9. So there is a 9 in this row. But I could get rid of the 8 if I replaced it with a 7. Or I could keep the 8 and replace the 5 with a 4. So this is a horrendous mess. This can't be a 4. But I suspect if we just keep going, we're going to sort of naturally find our way out of these woods. So I'm going to try not to think too much about exactly how my degree of freedom is and look at other places. So this totals 7 or 8. So what that means is because there's a 3 here, there's always a 1 and a 2 here. And so this is 1, 2, 4 or 1, 2, 5. If it's 8, it can't be 1, 3, 4. It's got to be 1, 2, 5. And so what that means is there's always a 1 and a 2 down here, which is interesting. If there's a 1 and a... So one of these stems has a 1 or a 2 on it. Sorry, actually 2 of these stems have a 1 or a 2 on them. I don't think that's interesting. I retract my claim that might be interesting. I do not think it's actually interesting. I know this is at least 10, but that is not interesting. Josh has a good point, which is that I know I need a 1 and a 2. Actually, I know I need 2 1s and 2s in these cells, and so if this cell is not a 1 or a 2, I'm not going to get them. In fact, both of these cells are from 1, 2. So that's not a 4, 5. That's not a 3. In order to get my second 1, 2, I need to put both of them there. And actually, I keep framing this as though we have a degree of freedom. We don't have a degree of freedom. We have to spend, or if you want to think about it this way, we're obligated to spend our degree of freedom. We can't make this box add to 44. So actually, I have to either put a 6 instead of a 7 in this row, that's one option, or put a 7 instead of an 8 in this row, or put a 4 instead of a 5 in this row. Those are my options. Those are the only sort of universes that I am allowed to exist in, as this is said. Okay. So these are at least 4, 5, but that's not at all interesting. Sorry, these are at least 4, 6, but that's not even a little bit interesting. Tallcat says they're interesting. They don't look interesting to me. But so it seems to me like these can still be very tiny. Okay, let's see. The Screaming Ice Cube says these can't total more than 15. Why can't they total 17? If this was... Okay, I see. Okay. So if this were 16 or 17... I see. So let's just do 17. If this were 17, this would be 8, 9, but this would also be 8, 9, but that would be a problem because this wouldn't work out. This wouldn't work out. So this is completely unrelated to the work we've already done. I assume it's going to dovetail with it, but it's completely unrelated to anything that's marked in the grid at the moment. This just can't be 17 or 16, because 16 would only be 7, 9. So these sum to at most 15. These sum to at most 15. So these sum to at least 15 is the point, because, again, I need to get to 45. And that is going to be key, because I need to make these sum to at least 15. I mean, that at least means I can't use a 5 here. So, could I use a 1, 2 down here? So if I use a 1, 2 down here, then what I'm saying is that these 5 cells sum to at most 32. Because I'm, right? Or is it at least? Right. Okay. If I use a 1, 2 down here, then the absolute maximum is that these are 6, 7, 8, 9. Plus a 1 or a 2. That means the maximum these 5 cells could sum to is 32. But I don't think that breaks. That I can see immediately. Because I love how well this is telegraphed, that this is the thing you're supposed to think about. But let's see. Okay, so still don't see why this can't be a 1 or a 2, unfortunately. Because I would like to fill in a 1, 2, 3 triple here, is what I kind of want to do. But that doesn't quite work. So is the question to ask, is it possible that these are 15, 15, and 15? Because these are at most 15. Is it possible that both of these are 15? In which case, these would be... yeah, so is it possible that both of these sum to 15? And I think Chad is convinced the answer is no. So, I mean, probably the answer is no, but I don't see why these can't both sum to 15. Like, the fact that one of these lines has a 4 on it certainly doesn't stop them from summing to 15. Oh, right. I see. Okay, I see the... I was looking in the wrong place. It's these cells that I'm supposed to be looking at. That's the point. So, sorry, I was stuck. I was thinking people were telling me this given 4, put a 4 on one of these, and I was not following. But the thing is, one of these two has a 4 or a 5. Whichever of these has a 4 or a 5, the sum on that side can't be 15. Which means the sum of these two, by our reasoning, can't be 15. It has to be bigger than 15, which means this can't be a 6. And there has to be a 9 in one of these two cells. There has to be a 9 in one of these two cells. Sure. Okay, so this is at least 16. Okay. So this is at least 16. So these need to sum to at least 32. And if this is a 1, the maximum they're summing to is 31. So at the very least, this isn't a 1. If this was a 2, then this would have to sum to exactly 16, and these would have to be exactly 6, 7, 8, 9, and 2. Which doesn't immediately break in my mind, but probably does if I examine it in exactly the right way. But I don't yet see it. Okay, so... is there something wrong with the world where this is a 6? Because we've already knocked out 2 6s. So if we knock out a 6 from here, then we don't lose our degree of freedom in this row. Let's see. Above is 11 and 4. Doesn't work. Where are we doing 11? I don't see where the 11 is coming in. Column 5. I don't get it. Oh, I do get it. Oh my god, that's amazing. Okay, I get it now. So what if this is 8, 9? Then this sums to 17. This sums to 34. And so then what do these 4 cells sum to? The orange cells need to sum to 11. And you can do 11 and 4, but the only way you can do 11 and 4 is as 1, 2, 3, and 5. In particular, there would not be a 4 in it. That's amazing. That is, bravo. I'm impressed. Zach is also impressed. So these are not 8, 9. They are 7, 9. Oops. And so they are 7, 9 exactly. So I know one of these two is an 8. Okay. So this sums to 16. Both of these sum to at most 15. But one of them sums to less than 15 because of the 4, 5. So one of them sums to 15 and one of them sums to 14. It's the only way it works. if these aren't 15 and 14, I'm never getting to 45, is the point. You can picture a little inequality sort of floating above my head that explains this. But this is 16, and these are at most 15. And so 15 plus 15 plus 16 is only 46. But whichever of these has a 4 or a 5 isn't 15. It's less than 15. It's at most 14. So it has to be exactly 14. And so in particular, what that tells me is there's no 4 down here. Because if there is a 4 down here, that would be... yes, imagine I said something very enlightening, and it's floating above my head right now. Imagine feeling enlightened. That is basically what I'm getting across. So one of these is a 5, and the 5 goes with a 9. And so one of these sides is a 5 and a 9, and then the other one needs to sum to 15, except I've used both 9s. So then the other one is a 7 and an 8. Okay, so which side is 7, 8? It's not this side, because that would break that. So these two are 7, 8. Gorgeous, gorgeous. And so the other is 5, 9. So that's a 5 and a 9 and a 7 and a 9. And that 7 gives me an 8 and a 7. And that gives me an 8 here. And let's double check that this really adds to 45. So that's 24, 29, 38, 45. Ta-da. And there's not a 4 down here anymore. These are from 1, 2, 5. Oh, we didn't ever do a bet cell. I was too excited to do this puzzle. We will have a 1-cell region sum line up here as the bet cell. Let's make that the bet cell. 1-cell region sum line. I'm taking from ranks that it is nice if they're camouflaged. So let's just do the math here. These sum to 32. So therefore these sum to 13. I guess 13 and 4 isn't quite so exciting. I'm sure there's lots of Sudoku I can do now. Oh, well, I know what these are. These have to be 6, 9, because these are 15 and 2, and they can't be 7, 8. So these are 6, 9. These are 14 and 2, but they don't involve a 5. So they have to be 6, 8. Because that's the only other way to do 14 and 2 other than 7 and 7. So these have to be 6, 8. So there's no 6s involved in these cells. So there's a 6 in one of these cells. I know there's an 8 up here. There's a 7 up here. Let's see, what other digits are in common? There's a 9 up here. I know the exact digits that fill this whole shebang out. These are a 4, a 5, and a 7, and an 8. Well, that one's not a 7, that one's not an 8, and that one's not an 8. And I know exactly what fills out these. These are 3. These are a 4, a 7, and a 9. That one's not 9. It was less enlightening than I would have hoped. I can fill out row 6. These are certainly 1, 2, 3, 4. I agree with Merver. Merver? Was it Merver? I think it was Merver, but I may have forgotten. Apologies if I have forgotten. This one's not a 3. Let's see. Okay, so Merver. Okay, I remembered. Okay. 1, 2, 5, 1, 2, 3. So yeah, so this is a quad, I guess. This is a 1, 2, 3, 5 quad. So these digits are well, they're not 6 because we have a Jovi wing on 6. So they're not 1, 2, 3. They include a 4, not a 5, not a 6, and then a 7, an 8, or a 9. And this is a naked single. This is a very, very, very cheeky naked single, which is Tallcat's new trick, is very cheeky naked singles. Because this is not a 4, 7, or 9, so this is an 8, which makes that a 6 and an 8, and makes that a 9 and a 6. It's the new meta. So these are a 4, 7 pair. So, let's see. What does that do me for? I'm sure it does something. Well, this isn't a 9 anymore. Maybe it did something Sudoku-ly. It's possible it did something Sudoku-ly. I mean, I can't imagine that putting an 8 up there is at all useful. I mean, it could be, who knows, but it doesn't seem useful to me. So what do these sum to? Minimum would be, so there's 2 1 2 3 4s used. So these sum to a minimum of 1 2 5 6. And 1 2 5 6 is 14. And so these two cells need to sum to a minimum of 14, which means that these are from 5 6 7 8 9, just for the record. Let's see. What did these two sum to? That's a good question that chat is suggesting that I look at. So these sum to 16. So these two need to add to 8. So they can't be 4 and 4, and they can't be 7 and 1. So they're either 6 and 2 or 3 and 5. Do I know which it is? If it's 6 and 2, it's in exactly that order, which would be the thing I spent a long time at the beginning trying to disprove. Or it's 3 and 5, in which case it would be a 5 there and a 3 there. It is actually true that one of these digits has to be a 3, just by Sudoku. Oh, in fact, where does 8 go in this row? We actually have the 8 placed. I just didn't ever notice. That's the 8. Hello, 8. So, let's see, remove 8 from row 4, column 5, suggests Malcor. That is very helpful. So yes, so this is not an 8. So one of these two is an 8, and it's adding to a single-digit number. So that single-digit number is a 9, and actually the 1 needs to accompany the 8 so that I don't overflow my bucket. So actually, there's no 1 down here. I said that like I was excited, but actually removing the 1 from down here was the opposite of a good thing. It was a bad thing. That's the opposite of a good thing. One of these is a 9, however. With one of these being a 1 8. Okay. Which of these two sides magically can't add to 9? So 1 8 2 7 3 6. Oh, annoyingly, this one could be 4 5. I think. I'm just verifying that I believe this side could be 4 5. Okay, I think that side could be 4 5. What about this side? This side, if it added to 9, couldn't be 4 5 3 6 or 1 8. It could be 2 7 though. So either this is 2 7 or this is 4 5. Which is well, what are you gonna do? Okay. So what now, brown cow, as they say? So does that have to be a 6? No. Okay, so here's my reason for asking that. If I don't put a 6 here, I have to put a 6 on the line. And then the only thing the 6 can go with is a 2, making 8. So if I don't put a 6 exactly here, then these are 1 8 and a 9, and 2 6 and an 8. But unfortunately, I think that is acceptable, because I've put the 8 in the opposite side of the 9 anyway. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Okay, so it's being pointed out that there's a couple things I can do just by thinking about these 2 3 4s. So I have 3 1, 2, 3, 4s spent on the 9 arrow in these two cells. So this can't be a 5 because I would need to spend 2 more 1, 2, 3, 4s. And if you count the 1 on the 9 arrow, these two, and those two, that would be 5 1, 2, 3, 4s. That's not going to work. So neither of these can be 5. I don't know if that's interesting, but it's good. I'm checking about 6. So chat doesn't think it can sum to 6. It would have to be, so in this box it would be 2, 4. Ah, right. Right. It can't be 2, 4. Because the 1 is gone, so it can't be 1, 5, and it can't be 2, 4 either. Okay, so yeah, so this can't be 6 either. Okay, so now they're down to 7, 8, 9. If this isn't 9, it's microscopically tiny. But probably it is 9. Would be my guess. Do I want to fill these in? I don't know that it's going to do me a whole lot of good, but I kind of want to. Okay. Is it possible that one of these is just inherently broken from the column? I don't think so. Yeah, so if this were 8, this would have to be 1, 7, but that's fine. If it were 7, it would have to be 3, 4, but that seems fine. Let's see. Okay, so here is a suggestion from Ice Cube. Where does 1 go in each of these columns? Well, it doesn't go in either of these because we have some pencil-marked 1s. Can 1 go on this line? Well, absolutely not, because if this is a 7, then the 1 would need to be with a 6. If it were an 8, the 1 would need to be with a 7, and if it were 9, the 1 would need to be with an 8. So there's no 1 here. So the 1 in this column is in exactly one of these two places. I'll highlight them in red. What about this column? Do we get as lucky? So the 1 could be there. Can this be a 1? Well, if it was a 7, it would be a 1 with a 6. If it were an 8, it would be a 1 with a 7. Unfortunately, the 1 with a 7 is still possible. So if there's not a 1 here, then we get this X-wing. But I don't know. Sadly, it was a very good spot, but I don't think it quite works. All right. So whatever this sum is, I know the other sum uses the other low digit, right? So I'm using 3 low digits just between the 9 arrow. This has to use the other low digit for the column. So 1, 2, 3, and 4 are gone. So this digit is at least a 5. And so that means it can only be a 5 or a 6, which is interesting because it makes a virtual 5-6 pair. So there's a 5 or a 6 down here, and there's a 5 or a 6 in this cell. So these are not 5 or 6 either. So that means these digits are only from 1, 2, 3. I don't know if that does anything at all, but it's true and it's cute. So that is sensible. Let's see. Nordy asked if 4 is on a line in box 5, what's it paired with? Well, it can't be paired with a 3. So 4 would have to be paired with a 5. Ah, and 4 can't be paired with a 5. Right, right. Okay, so that's smart. Okay, so Dog and Nordy have this. Uh, I can't put a 4 on this line. I can't use 2 low digits. So if I use the 4, I have to use at least a 5. But then I'm making 9 twice, and I can't make 9 twice. So the 4 is down here, which means these aren't 4. It's a little thing, but it might just be what matters. Every little thing might be the thing that breaks the dam. On all of this. Okay. Oh, interesting. Ranks is asking where the 9 goes in column 3 and 4. It can't go in these cells, or these cells. It can't go in these cells, or these cells. So 9 in column 3 and 4 has to go over here. I guess I should probably actually look at the math of these lines. That's a thing I have never done, and I probably should. So this needs to sum to 14. Is there any forbidden combination for these summing to 14? Like, I would need 2 of these to add to 10. So this is one. Maybe I should think about this specifically in the context of if this is 1, 8, 9. Looking down at this, maybe this isn't quite. Maybe this isn't quite good enough. Yeah, maybe this is. Maybe we don't know quite enough. It feels like it's probably worth thinking about, but I maybe don't know quite enough yet. To do that. So if this is a 7, I need these two to add to I need these two to add to 7. And so they could be 3, 4. No, they can't be 3, 4. Right. If this is a 7, these can't be 3, 4. Because there's a 4 already in the box. And so they would have to be either 2, 5 or 1, 6. They can't be 2, 5 either, because there's a 2, 5 down there. So they'd have to be 1, 6 exactly, and it would have to go 1 here, 6 here. So if this is a 7, I don't know how much I'm eager to pencil mark this, but if this is a 7, the only way this works is with a 1 there and a 6 there. What if this is a 4 instead? Then I need these two to add to 10 now. And so if these two need to add to 10, well, I certainly can't do 2, 8. I can't do 4, 6. So I'd have to... Oh, and I can't do 3, 7. So I'd have to do 2, 8, right? I can't do... Again, I can't do 4, 6. I can't do... No, sorry. I can't do 4, 6, or 2, 8, or 3, 7. Oh, so I'd have to do 1, 9. So I'd have to do 1, 9. And so these would be a 1, 9 pair, and the 1 is down here. So actually, this would be a 6 or a 9. And so this is always a 1. Let's see. Admiral Malcor has a less horrible way. I'm excited by a less horrible way. Is to ask whether this can possibly be a 1. Okay. So let's ask if this can be a 1. So if this were a 1 and a 4, then this would need to be a 10. That's not going to work. If this were a 1 and a 7, then this would need to be a 7, and that's not going to work. Okay. That is a much, 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 much better way of accomplishing that, Malcor. Thank you. So that wipes out that side, gives me the 1, the 8, and the 9. I know we knew what this had to be. This had to be 4, 5, because it's not 3, 6, 2, 7, or 1, 8. So this is a 4, 5 pair now. So these are 1, 2, 3. That's a random ass 1, 2, 3 triple. With this random 1, 2, 3 triple, we get a 4, a 5, and a 9 to go in here. That one I know is not the 9, at the very least. So the 9 I know is up here. This, by the way, not a 1. That was the whole point of that whole exercise. If this were a 4, this would need to be a 1, 3, which unfortunately seems plausible. Yeah, I've got lots of sort of plausible looking things over there, unfortunately. I know this isn't a 9 anymore. So maybe I should look at a couple combinations for this. So is there any way this doesn't have a... Well, no, it definitely has a 5 or a 6 on it. Actually, is there any way this line doesn't have a 2 on it? Because it would have to be 3 and 5. Chat wants me to do it the easy way, which is to just place a 9 here, because there's a 9 there and a 9 there, so that's a 9. And now I know what this is, which is a 4. So that's a 7. And now these two need to add to 8 without being 1, 7 or 4, 4. So they have to be the other of these things. So they have to be the other 2, 5, 3, 6, I guess. So these are from 2, 5, 3, 6. In fact, actually, I now know this is a 3, 6 pair. So I know this is a 2, 5 pair. Just to finish off the box even, I don't even have to think about math. And so that 2, 5 pair rules 5 out of both of these cells. And that's not an 8 anymore. There we go. So that's a 4, 7 pair. So that makes that a 5. This cell is not a 5. Let's see. That 9 looks over and makes that not a 9. So this is a 4, 7 pair. That makes that a 9. So now that's a 9, because we've got to put a 9 in this box, and I can't put it on a line that adds to 7 or 8, so that's a 9. I've got to put a 9 over here now, and I certainly can't put it on a line that adds to at most 9, so that's a 9 and a 4 and a 5. And a 9. It's disappointing that this worked out to be a 9. It would have been much more exciting if it had worked out to be something else. 7 and 4 go in. Let's see. So let's just fill out this triple. Oh, it's not quite a triple. Never mind, because I don't know whether this is a 1, 2, or a 3. Yeah, so that's a little disappointing. What about this column? This column is the key. These can be 1, 2, 3. They can't be 4, 5. They could be 6. But they can't be 7, 8, or 9. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 6 only. And so if this is from 1, 2, 3, 6, well, if this was a 6, this would need to be a 3. If this was a 3, this would need to be a 6, and it can't be. If this were a 2, this would need to be a 7. Seems plausible. If this is a 1, this would need to be an 8. Plausible. So we get that arrangement over there. Okay. Have we ruled out all the ways of making 7 yet? 2, 5 still seems to be available. Likewise for 8, 2, 6 seems to be available. Or 3, 5, actually. So I think we're still doing okay on that. We have all the 9s, right? I'm not secretly missing a 9. No, okay, we have all the 9s. Okay. I have a 4 down here, which places a 4 over here. I don't think it's going to do anything, but I'm going to fill it in anyway, just because I'm into that kind of thing. We have that. That's not going to let us place this 4, unfortunately. So we have a virtual 2-3 pair in this column, or I guess I could just say there's a 2 and a 3 down here. So these are not 2 and 3, for whatever that's worth. Very little. Let's see. There's an 8 up here. I don't really want a pencil mark. Okay, these 2 digits I will reward with pencil marks, I think. They're not 1. They could be 2, 3. They're not 4. Could be 5 or 6, and they're not 7, 8, or 9. So these are from 2, 3, 5, 6. I guess that's not interesting. I guess the point is I know that these are the 2 of these that I don't have. So these 2 I actually know also add to 8. But one of them is, so because I know these 2 add to 8, because these 2 add to 8, the 2 or 3 is over here, so I know these aren't, so that gives me a 1, 2, 3 virtual triple. I feel like I'm just sort of circling the toilet here in terms of deductions. But these aren't 1, 2, 3, 4, so they are from 5, 6, 7, 8 is what they are from. And I know there's a 5 or 6, and I know there is a 7 or an 8. I'm really close to having something going on over here, almost. Not quite, but, close. So where's the Tallcat-y thing to notice about if this is a something or a something? If this was a 7, this would be a 3, 4. Why does that break? Let's just assume that breaks. So yeah, if this is a 7, this is a 3, 4. So that would place a 4 exactly here. Doesn't seem bad. Okay, if this is an 8, what is this? If this is an 8, then this is a 1, 7. Therefore, placing 4 in box. We already have a 4 in box 5. Okay, so if this is a so I'm just going to look at this. So if this is a 3, 4, then I place a 4 here, and now I place a 7 here, and then these 2 digits are what? So they are they're a 1 and a 2, and they can't be a 1 and a 2 because there's a 1, 2 there. Right, okay. So if these are 3, 4, it joins this and makes a 3, 4, 7 triple in the column, which then leaves only the 1 and 2 in the column. So another way to say that is I need to put a 1 or 2, this 1 or 2, it needs to go on this line because it needs to go in column 3. So this can't possibly be 3, 4. But if this is 7, I can't put a 1, 2 here because I can't be 1, 6 or 2, 5. So therefore this is 8. Okay. Whichever of those ways sounds the least horrible to you, that's the way you should think about it. And so now this can't be 2, 6 or 3, 5. Can't be 3, 5 for exactly the same reason. So this is 1, 7. It also can't be 3, 5 because there's a 5 in the column, if you prefer that, different strokes for different folks. So that's the 1, because we know that's the one that's up there. These are a 2 and a 3. These digits are therefore 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These aren't 4, so that is 4. That 7 looks up and gives me a 6 and a 7. Well, this has definitely entered the part of the puzzle where the amount of grid control the setter has is very low, so you expect something slightly heinous at the very end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this is a 6. Just for the column. These are not 6 or 8, they are 5 and 7, so these are not 5. So we've got all of that. That 1 says that's not a 1, it's a 2 or a 5. Let's see. would bet almost every setter can point to examples of the slightly heinous thing that happened in a last step of their puzzle that they were not super delighted about, but that they kept in so that the puzzle would resolve. And so now 5 is over here in this box. So where is 5 in this column? 5 in this column now only goes here. And then I put a 2 in the cell. There's a 5 there. So this is a 3, 6, and 2, and a 5 here. So this is the 2-6 way of making 8. This is not a 2. So that gives us a Jovi wing on 1s, which removes a 1 and an 8 from here. That gives us the illusion of a 2-6 pair without actually giving us one. Let's see. Am I going to find like a really heinous tuple down here? That's possible. What is up here? Let's see. We need a 2, 4, 5, and a 6. And an 8. How did I get so many things? That's too many things. What did I screw up? It's not a 6. There's a 6 already in the in there. Okay, so no 4 there, no 8 there. Let's see. What about... This isn't a 1. Oops, sorry, this is not a 1. What about this column? We've got... we have the 1 already. It's down here. So we need a 2, a 3. We've got a 4. We need a 5 and a 6. And we've got a 7, 8, 9. Okay, so... how are we going about that? That doesn't sound great either, if I'm honest. Bye, Ambrose. Have a good dinner. Thanks for stopping by. Fun fact, there's a blue line in box 5. That is a fun fact. You're right. Yes. So these two digits sum to 8, and one of them is a 6. So I'll leave it as a little riddle how I'm going to fill in this 2. But makes a 3 and a 2 and a 3 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3. And a 6 and a 3. And a 3 down here. Let's see. So this is not 6 or 3 or 2. It's a 1. This is not 1 or 3, so it's a 2. So that's a 6 and a 2. Let's see. These two digits, 5, 6, are a 7 and an 8. And I know the order. So that 7 is going to give me a 1 and a 7, which is going to give me a 5 and a 7, which is going to give me a 3 and a 1, which is going to give me a 4 and a 5. These are not 2 or 4 or 3. So if it's not 2 or 4 or 3 or 5, that one's an 8. This one I now should be able to work out what it is. It's not a 2, 3, or 5, so it's a 6. Let's see. Okay, so this is not a 5. So it is a 2 or a 4. This is not an 8 or a 2, so it is a 5. So that makes that a 2 and a 4. And a 1 and a 5. And a 2 and a 1. And a 2. And a 3. Woohoo! Gorgeous, gorgeous puzzle. And congratulations, Bremster, on winning on the bet cell. The advantages of always betting the same digit is that you win even when you're not there. So congratulations, Bremster. Your prize will be in the mail. I know trans-Pacific shipping takes a little bit, but yes, amazing puzzle. I'm sure we will be seeing Simon do it any second now. So we'll you can look forward to seeing Simon do it as well. But I'm glad I got to it first. I was really sad after Simon did Tallcat's recent thermo puzzle. I was just like, oh, I just want to watch it, and then I watched it, and I was like, man, this puzzle is so good, I should have done it. So I made sure I beat Simon to it this time. It is a siphon because of this shape. So it sort of looks like the thing you would the siphon you'd put coffee into. So you're sort of like pouring the coffee grounds. I'm assuming this is the bag of coffee, or I guess Tallcat is British, so this is the bag of tea leaves you're pouring in. It was tough, but I appreciated that it was instantly clear where to start. I think it would be very easy to draw this and have it not be very clear exactly what to do, but I think the way that the geometry was set up was very well telegraphed. Very enjoyable puzzle. Very cool. Yeah, I like region sum lines. Maybe I should do a doubler region sum lines puzzle next. Maybe that is a thing the world needs. Although at this rate now, enough people are making doubler puzzles that probably there's going to already be a doubler puzzle. Oh, Jay Dyer said earlier that she was making a doubler puzzle that was sort of an iteration on on an earlier one. So now I'm going to guess it's Jorgermunger, but with doublers for no particular reason. I did publish a doubler double arrow earlier, Isabella. It is, I think, I think it is my favorite puzzle I've said in a while in terms of how it all comes together. All right. I am going to pull up another puzzle, take a very quick break for some peanuts, and I'll be right back. microphone back by my face. Welcome back. So speaking of Tesseralis' double or nothing puzzle, let's do it. So we have arrows here, and the arrows are, believe it or not, normal arrows. This digit in the circle is the sum of the digits along the arrow. Uh-oh, my audio is very low. Is that better? I pulled it slightly closer to me. Weird. Is it better now? Okay. Sounds like it's better. I see. I see what happened. The microphone started to fall out. I was speaking into the filter, which is supposed to be right in front of the microphone. However, the microphone itself had slipped down, so I was speaking into a filter that was nowhere near where the microphone was. So hopefully this now sounds like normal. So I think it was a hardware and not a software issue in this instance. Okay, so we have these double arrows. Sorry, not double arrows. Regular arrows. We have regular arrows. And then we have, throughout the grid, 9 double or nothing cells, which we will mark in purple. And a double or nothing cell counts as double or nothing, as the name suggests, for purposes of arrows. Okay. And we are told that every digit shows up in a double or nothing cell once, and that every row, column, and box has a double or nothing cell. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to notice, just to sort of explain the logic of how this puzzle is going to work, I think, is let's look at this arrow and ask, is it possible that there are no shenanigans on this arrow? And the answer is no, it is not possible that there are no shenanigans on this arrow. Because if there are no shenanigans on this arrow, then I would have a single-digit number is equal to a sum of at least 4 numbers. Well, sorry, a sum of 4 numbers, which would be at least 10. So if there were no shenanigans at all, this would break. So there are shenanigans somewhere. And now, what that means is every cell that sees every yellow cell can't be a double or nothing cell. So none of these are double or nothing cells because they see both the circle and all of these. So there's definitely shenanigans there. Okay, now there's several places in this puzzle where we can repeat this trick. So this arrow also needs shenanigans. So these 2 cells, which see everything along it, can't be a thing. Now, there absolutely have to be shenanigans along this arrow, because now the circle is now safe. So none of these can be shenanigans. But, oh, no, not necessarily. Okay, so one of these 2 cells has to be shenanigans. Because of this length 4 arrow. So that clears everything else in the column. Those are not shenanigans. Let's see. Where else can we look? There's something interesting going on with this constellation, but I haven't quite figured out exactly what it is yet. Let's see. Oh, good, smart point from Garion to ask, can this be a double or nothing cell? And the answer is it very much cannot. By the way, I should put a bet cell. I'm going to put the bet cell over there. Can this be a double or nothing cell? If this was a double or nothing cell, it would make both of these arrow circles normal, and I would be summing these, and that would sum to at least 21. That's not going to work. So this cell's actually safe. Very good spot to Garion, which means that this is a double or nothing cell because I need one in the column. Now, one of these has to be a double or nothing cell for the box, so these aren't. Now this one has to be, because this arrow has to have shenanigans on it. And so all of these are not. These are not. Now there has to be one on this arrow because there's not in the circle. So these are safe. Okay. Row 3 greening. I did not green row 3. Thank you, Jaleb. So this double or nothing cell, because of this circle, has to just be a nothing cell. There's a cell on this arrow that's counted as 0, but there's still 3 cells on it that aren't counted as 0. So this is still 6, 7, 8, 9. And so everything on this, I could also have just done that over here. Everything over here is perfectly reasonable. Same thing here. One of these is going to be counted as 0. But the rest of it is just 3 digits. So this is going to be 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Now, what's going to happen if I total all of these cells on arrows is I'm going to get a huge headache. But I want to imagine what's going to happen in the world when I add these 2 arrows together, which is that I'm going to add these 7 cells with 2 things I have to keep track of. One is, one of the cells is counted 0 times, but this cell is counted twice. So really, I'm adding 6 cells 1 twice. And so what's the minimum sum of 6 cells 1 twice? It's 22. And so these 2 need to add to at least 22. Which is very disappointing, I have to say. So what's the minimum this could be? If this is a 9, and I need to get to 22, then 22 minus 9... I feel like I had to do exactly this calculation in my double arrow puzzle. 22 minus 9 is 13. So half of 13 rounds up to 7, so this is always a 7, 8, 9. So that is interesting. And this can't be very... I guess this can be... I guess that's fine. I mean, this arrow can't sum to 0. Oh, do you mean does this have to... Well, I'm just minimizing ranks. So certainly if I get to choose between making something double and making something 0... then I'm certainly going to minimize it by making it 0. This cell also 6, 7, 8, 9. Although I'm going to have a similar issue in this box. So I think exactly the same calculations I did in this box are going to tell me that this can't be 6. Because... Oh, not quite. Okay, I have to do the calculations again. Okay, so this is a sum of 6 cells. Because one of them's counted as 0 in the minimum. So that means they sum to at least 21. So these 2 need to total at least 21. If this is a 9, then I need this to be at least a 7 still. Because if this is a 9... No, it could still be 6. Darn it. I did not do that. Row 7, column 7 can't be 5 because it's a sum of 3 different... Because it's a sum of 3 different digits over here. Oh, wait, sorry. Sorry, I just did. You're right. Yeah, sorry. But still, if this were only 5, the maximum I could make these 2 add to is 19. Whereas I'd be summing, to get 19, I'd be summing these, and it would get way too big. That's the point. All right. I'm looking for sort of trying to form a tuple of digits, but it's not working in these. These two digits are just outright the same, but it's not immediately clear what that's going to do. One of these is double or nothing E. See, Garion is suggesting looking at where this cell goes in box 5. I mean, it's not going to be there. So it's going to be on one of these. And it's certainly not over there. That's the point. Okay. So this cell actually shows up on its own arrow, is the point. Oh boy. Okay, yeah. So this cell, I'm going to make this the red flash cell. The red flash cell shows up in one of these places. Because if it showed up over here, I would be adding a 7, 8, or 9 to this cell. And I cannot add 3 different digits, one of which is a 7, 8, or 9, and get a 6, 7, 8, or 9. And I can't nothing it because it's already doubled here. And so it actually counts. Anywhere this digit shows up other than here, it actually counts. And so it's going to be on an arrow. And so it's over there. And so it's over here. And so that's getting very, very juicy. Because now it actually counts towards the total of this arrow. And so the total of this arrow is now a minimum of 7 plus 1 plus 2, I suppose. Whatever, something like that. Okay. But you added you added 4 digits, and this is only adding 3 digits, Franksk. Because one of them is a 0. And we know one of them is a 0. In box 8. In box 8, we're doing... okay. Right. In box 8, we're doing 7 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 is the minimum of this, because all of these count. And so that's 13, which means this can't be a 6. So we get to rule 6 out of this. So this is a 7, 8, 9. So that's 2 7, 8, 9s that show up as doublers. Each digit is shenanigans only once. That is correct. Each digit is shenanigans only once. Okay. I'm sure we could bound this cell, but I also think it would be annoying and not useful. Have a 1 shenanigans per digit policy here. An interesting thing is that whatever the shenanigans on this arrow is, if it's 0, then it has to go here. Because then it's going to just repeat this digit. Okay, so... Can I do any arrow math here without knowing that this isn't a doubler? Can I prove this has to be a doubler? I don't think so. Yeah, these are both different, and they're looking at that digit is an interesting note. See, yeah, the sum of these two is, again, huge. But, again, I sort of lose a lot of my steam as the second, this one is doubled. Any of these places, I think, is the answer. So Paper Scissors asked where this digit goes in box 3, and I think the answer is any of those places. It certainly doesn't repeat on its own arrow, but it's over there somewhere. But yeah, this could always be doubled. I mean, even if it's not, this could maybe show up on here. Maybe that's not possible. Actually, I retract my claim that it could show up on there if this isn't doubled. But this could be doubled. This was all going very well until it wasn't. The fact that this digit goes down here seems interesting, but I don't know how I'm supposed to use it. It's being a doubled 7, 8, 9 is actually a little bit interesting for purposes of this sum. Okay, so here's the thing. No, not quite. Sorry, I was trying to do the 45 trick on this box, but I don't think I can do the 45 trick on this box. And I can certainly get these digits to 18, right? That's not a problem. If I make this a 9, I could make these 5, 6, 7, for example, and that would get you to 18. So that's not a problem. Both of my thus far double or nothing digits are high. And a lot of my double or nothing digits are nothinged. So the ones that are nothinged can't do much. How can row 7, column 5 be a 6? Okay, this in box 6. So this digit, okay, that's a good question. Okay, where does this digit, let's make this the yellow flash digit. Where does the yellow flash digit go in box 6? And keep in mind, it can't be a shenanigans digit ever again. So it can't be on this arrow, or now this arrow sums to at least 10. So it's over here. In this box somewhere. So one of these two is a 7, 8, 9. Unfortunately, is the goal here to prove that this oh, yellow in box 8. I don't know why I was looking at box 6. Yellow in box 8 is going to be I don't think it's going to be clear where it's going in box 8. Okay, so I'm looking now at Isabella's point, which is that actually this digit is more restricted than it looks once we know it's on its own arrow. So actually, there are 3 digits here that sum to this digit. And then there are 3 digits here which sum to this digit. Because if I just subtract off the second copy, then if this was a 7, I would have a 1, 2, 4 here. But then why couldn't I have a 1, 2, 4 here and a 1, 3, 5 over here? And then make that a 9. That still seems okay. Annoyingly. I think it just barely works. I might be able to improve upon the 6 here. Can I? Right. I can improve upon the 6 here. Because actually these two together are adding together 3 cells here and 3 cells here. But one of them is doubled. So these two need to add to at least 16 is the upshot. So this can't be a 6. I can get rid of that. It rules 6 out of that cell. And so these cells are a very unorthodox 7, 8, 9 triple. But it does tell me that this cell, where does it show up in this box? It has to show up over here. It can't show up over here, because then it would be part of this arrow. And it can't be, because this arrow already has a red on it. So actually blue is over here, and this is the key part, blue over here is doubled. Or nothinged, in this case. Blue over here is nothinged. So actually this 7, 8, 9 triple is in doublers there. So there are no more 7, 8, 9 doublers in the entire puzzle, because we have the 7, 8, 9 doublers. This cannot be red, because red's already double or nothing, Jim. And 2 digits can't be double or nothing. This was 1 in my version, plebiscite. This counts for both arrows. Okay. So now I'm looking for things that see red, yellow, and blue. Are there any cells that see red, yellow, and blue? So this sees red and yellow. Could it be blue? Unfortunately, I think it could be blue. Okay. But we do need to put all of red, yellow, and blue into this box. And that's going to be tough. Because I can't put any of red, yellow, or blue onto this line, because it would count. The red, yellow, and blue shenanigans are done. And so what that means is that red, yellow, and blue in this box are all in these cells. Now, I can't put... Can I put 2 of red, yellow, and blue on this line? I guess. Technically, I could, couldn't I? If this was like a double 9 and I put a 7 and 8 on this line, I think that's fine. Tristan points out that this cell sees all of these. So this cell is at most 6, which is interesting, because this sees yellow, blue, and red. So this cell is at most 6. Which is a frustrating total to have. It is at least 2. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it can't be a 2. This is still summing at least 2 digits, so it's at least 3. There's a yellow up there somewhere. This is not blue. Can yellow be on its own arrow? Yellow cannot be on its own arrow in this box. Yellow is not on this arrow, for the reason that red is already on this arrow. And red is... Oh, actually, no. Sorry, I might be speaking too quickly. If red and yellow are both on this, and red and yellow are 7 and 8, then 7 and 8 and 1 and 2 would add to double 9, and it would work out just fine. Oh, except... Wait, sorry. Yellow on its own arrow. Sorry, I just... Sorry, never mind, sorry. Yes, I just was assuming that yellow wasn't 9. So... If yellow is in here, then what we're saying is the others add to 9, but one of the other 3 is at least a 7. So the answer is no. Yellow can't be on its own arrow. Yellow can't be here. So I guess what we're saying is that in this column, yellow is up here. And yellow is certainly not there. because yellow can't appear on an arrow that is summing to at most 9. So actually that's yellow and that's yellow because of my short stubby arrow. And so that is interesting. This was just through column 6, but ranks claims you can do it directly through box 5, which is very plausible. So this is not yellow. This is yellow. All very plausible. Okay, so I should fill in, remember that this is 7, 8, 9 because it's yellow. Let's see. So there's a yellow down here. Okay. So this is interesting. So there's a yellow down here. I guess that still doesn't quite tell me anything, does it? I mean, there's a yellow and a doubler down here, is the point. A yellow and a double or nothing down here. And so I think that still leaves me nothing but options over there. Okay, so this is so there's 2 universes. This is either blue or it is 6. Those are the 2 options. Okay. So let's see. Okay, so I guess let me just look at column 5 because almost every cell here is on an arrow. Okay, so keep in mind one of these cells doesn't count. So if I add together the cells in column 5 that do count, their sum is at least 28. But that's not very interesting, I guess, because one of them is doubled, and one of them is a 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I guess that doesn't quite get me where I want. So, yeah, we're not quite getting there. Okay, we need a yellow over here somewhere. The yellow's not there, so the yellow is in one of those 2 places. Actually, no, I do know that yellow's not here. Or, sorry, I do know that this is that, so, no, Liam, it does not have to be doubled. It could be nothinged. Why can't this just be something like a double 4, even? Why can't this be like a double 4, I mean, I guess a double 5 or something like that, Josh? I mean, I know yellow is down here and it's not doubled or nothinged. And there is a doubler, but yellow plus double 1, say, is still much less than double 5. The blue circle is not doubled. It's doubled here. Mauricia. By the way, welcome, Mauricia. Yeah, the ones that have a purple splash, and I acknowledge this coloring is confusing, but the ones that have the purple splash are the ones that are doubled. Let's see. Oh, sorry, the blue circle is a bet cell. Sorry, yes, this is just the bet cell that people are guessing what it is. The blue in box 5 is definitely nothing. Okay, so okay. I don't know that this is going to be at all useful, but let's just say it once and for all. The minimum sum of these arrows, so that is these circles, that circle, and that circle, is 28 for this column plus 6 for this column is 34. So this plus this is at least 34. So if this is double 9 and 8, that is 27. Okay, I think actually that's useful, because if I'm counting this right, so I think this is double 9 and 8 is 26, and I need to get to at least 34 with this. So this needs to be at least an 8, right? Am I wrong? I feel like I must be wrong. There's no way that's right. I'm doing something wrong. I don't know what yet. What am I doing wrong? Because if I believe Rank's point, I've proven this cell is at least 11. So I think I've done something horribly wrong. But I really do believe that there are 7 cells in this column that count. So those 7 cells that count are a minimum of 28. So blue doesn't count, yellow doesn't count, but red does count. So actually it's not, so it's actually 29. 29 is the minimum. Because one of them, no, sorry. No, 7 is already the minimum, of those. So, sorry. 28 plus, I mean, yellow just isn't in here. Ranks. Yellow in the column is there. So 28 plus 6 is 34. But the absolute maximum is double 9 plus 8, plus whatever this is. Double 9 plus 8 is 18. Sorry, is 18 plus 8 is 26. And I need to get to at least 34. And so this needs to be 8 or 9. Yeah, I think this needs to be 8 or 9. I think that's the upshot. And so it's blue. So blue is not 7. Blue is 8 or 9. Okay. Sure. Okay. This now probably has to be 9, right? How is this not being 9? If yellow is not 9, then what do we get to? We get to double 8. Oh no, blue is getting doubled anyway. So double 8 plus double yellow. And so the only way that this works, yellow's not 7. So we know which one is 7, but conveniently the point is the sum is always exactly 34. So the fact that the sum is going to be exactly 34 is going to tell us that we have to minimize all of this in order for this to work. And it's going to tell us all kinds of things, not least of which that this is a 7. So we get to do our 7 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so these now have to be 1, 2, 3. Zach does have a different dance for every digit. This is on a 7 arrow, so it's not a 3. So I know that 1, 2, and 4 in this box are over here. Right. 1, 2, and 4 are over here. So the absolute minimum that this sums to is 1, 3, 5, which is 9. So blue is 9. This is a 1. There's a 3 and a 5 over here. There's a 2 and a 4 over here in order to make the math work out. So therefore, yellow is 8. And we can go ahead and plop all of those in there. And I suppose I could fill in that this is actually 2, 4, 7. And this is 9, 3, 5. And so this is now whatever the other thing is. 4, 5. This is a 6? I think this is a 6. These aren't 1. Okay. This is an 8 arrow, so it needs a 1. The 1 is over here. So now this arrow can't have a 1, so it has to be 2, 3, 4. The 3 is in this column. So that's the 3. This is a 2, 4. So this is a 2. This is a non-traditional 1, 2, 5 arrow. Wait, didn't I just break it? I just broke it. Uh-oh. What did I say that was wrong? Because now this needs to be 1, 2, 5, but I already have a 5 in the column. Oh, right. This isn't summing to 8. Sorry. I see what I did wrong. This is not summing to 8. Yellow and red are not the same. It's 8 that's doubled. And so, so here's the point. 8 is double. I didn't screw up until now, right? I don't think I've screwed up until now. But this is summing to 16 with a 7. So the other 3 actually sum to 9. So both of these sets of digits sum to 9. That works out. Okay. I mean, I think the thing to do is actually just get rid of the colors that aren't doubler related, because I don't think we need colors anymore for these things. Okay. But can we work out what these arrows are now? Okay, so only one of these can have a 1. So one of them is 2, 3, 4. But all that's telling me is not very much. So one of them is 2, 3, 4. The other is 1, 2, 6. So do I know which one of them is not 1, 2, 6? I don't think I do yet. Oh, there's some yellows over here. Those yellows can go away. I don't think I yet know which is 1, 2, 6. Okay, these are summing to 16. These are summing to 9. So 16 plus 9 is 25. I need 16 in the rest of the box, but that includes the digit that's being counted as 0 here. So that's maybe not useful. Okay, what about these digits? What are they? 2, 3. They are a 4 and a... I only got 4. They're a 4 and a 5. Okay, these are a 4 and a 5. There's an 8 over here. The 8 is not there, so I can pencil mark the 8 there. Column 4 is already greened. So, yeah, this 4 or 5 doesn't do very much yet. Yeah, 8 in box 8 is over here. The 8 in this box is up here. 9 9 in box 2 is up here. Ah, the 9 in box 2... Oh, the 9 in box 2 is not quite going to do it. Wait, no, it is. It is. The 9 in box 2 is on this arrow, just by Sudoku, which is going to force this to be doubled. So this is not doubled. Wait, how is that working? Didn't we just break it? No. We just count this for nothing. Okay, got it. Okay, so this has to be doubled because it's more than 10, or it's at least 10. So now this is not doubled. So how is this working? The only way it's working is if this is an 8 and an 8, and this is a cell that counts for nothing. That's how that works. I don't know what cell it is that counts for nothing, but it's something. This isn't a 4 anymore. I'll go ahead and fill in. I'll green all the stuffs. Oh, and there's even more stuff. I can even green the stuff over here. More green. Okay. One of these two is doubly. This is at least 5, I suppose I can say. So this is 5, 6... Ah, it is only 5 or 6. Those are the only options, because 7, 8, and 9 have already appeared in double or nothing cells. Because the 9, remember, in here is in a double or nothing cell. I just don't know where it is. So this is 5 or 6. Okay. So it's 1, 9, or 3, 9. That's true. Josh says the row 8 arrow must have a doubler in the circle. I don't see why it couldn't be there. Okay, what is this digit? So it's not 7, 8, or 9. And it's not 2, 4, 2 or 4 either. So this could be a 1. Can't be a 2. It could be a 3. It can't be a 4. It could be a 5 or a 6, and it can't be 7, 8, 9. So this could be 1, 3, 5, 6 is the answer. This is just a regular old arrow. Yeah, one of these things is doubled, but I don't think we know which one. Oh yeah, red is not meaningful. I just didn't notice it. So this is either 2, 3, 4 or 1, 3, 5. Ah, this can't be 1, 3, 5. Oh, it could be 1, 2, 6. Okay. This arrow cannot be 1, 3, 5. Oh, I guess it could never have been 1, 3, 5. This has always been 1, 2, 6 or 2, 3, 4. And these need to add to 9, aside from the one of them that's a 7. The none 7 digits down here need to add to 9. See. Paper Scissors says one of row 4, 6, column 2 must be nothing to make the arrows work. Ah, that's a good point, because there's nothing wrong with these summing to 15 until you actually look at what the biggest these two circles can be is. It's a very good spot to paper scissors. This is at most 6, and this is at most 6. So together they're at most 11. There's no way that this adds to 11. So one of these two is shenanigans. And so what that means is none of these things are shenanigans. Means that this is shenanigans. It counts double. And actually, the fact that I still actually get that these need to sum to at least 10. So whatever this is, this can't be a 3 anymore, because I still have 4 digits counting towards these two arrows. And so if this were a 3, I would need this to be at least 7, and it can't be. So that can't be a 3 anymore. It's a 5 or a 6. And so this needs to be at least 4. But it can't be a 4. So this is also a 5 or a 6. So these are a 5-6 pair, interestingly enough. So this isn't 5 or 6. It is 1 or 3. If row 2, column 5 is a 3, says Ransk, then row 1, column 3 is a 5. And row 1, column 5 is a 4. This means you can't add to 9. Okay, right. So if this is 9, it is 1, 2, 6. Or 2, 3, 4. We already know it's not 1, 3, 5 because there's a 3 and a 5 looking up at this cell. So it's either 1, 2, 6 or 2, 3, 4. In the 2, 3, 4 universe, this is a 5. And that's a 6. In the 1, 2, 6 universe, 2, 6 universe, that's a 5 and that's a 4. Oh, okay. So the 2, 3, 4 universe has more going on. The 2, 3, 4 universe, that's a 5 and that's a 5. That's the point. In the 2, 3, 4 universe, this is a 5 by Sudoku, and this is a 5 by the sum of this arrow. So this can't be a 2, 3, 4 arrow, is the point. This has got to be a 1, 2, 6 arrow. That's Rank's point. So that's the 2. This is the 1, 6. And then the 1, 6 makes that a 5, makes this a 3, makes this a 4, makes that a 6, makes that a 1 and a 6. So we get all of that. Makes this a 3. Makes this a nothing to 1, actually, amusingly enough. That 5 looks down and makes that a 6. And so we need to write in these cells. These are, well, that's a 5. These are a triple. They are 2, 4, and 7. Okay. So we got all of that laid out. So now do I want to write out what this can be? Probably. So it is not 1, 6, 7, 8, or 9. And it's not a 3. I think this can be a 2. It can't be a 3. It could be a 4 or a 5, but it can't be anything else. This is a 2, 4, or 5. Those are the only options that this is allowed to be now. This is either a 5 that's just a 5. That's one possibility. or it's a 5 that's a 1, 4, or a 2, 3, but then the 6 sort of is joining it, and so I could have a 6, 1, 2, 3, for example. That's all possible. The way it was deduced was actually that one of these had to be a nothinger, Rensk. If neither of these was a nothinger, I would have needed these circles to add to at least 15, and that was not possible because of how they were pencil marked. Basically, lots of high digits looked at this one, and this one wasn't allowed to be high for a set. I guess also because lots of high digits looked at it. That's why. Okay, so there is a 6 over here. So these digits, 1, 2, 3, 4, is all that is allowed for these digits. Let's see. 16 plus 8 plus 9 is 16 plus 17 is 35. Wait a second. Has it been hanging out this whole time that these cells add to 10? Let me double check that again. This is 17 plus 16 is 17 plus 16 is 33. Oh no, these add to 12. These outies add to 12. I don't quite know which way of making 12 I'm doing yet, I don't think. I know there's a 1 and a 2 in there. Let's see, where is 9 in box 6? 9 in box 6 has to go here. So this isn't a 9, so it's not doubled, because the 9 in this box is doubled. Sorry, is nothinged, I should say, but do that. Oh, no, it's 9 plus 8 plus 16, right? 9 plus 8 plus 16. Did I do it? No, 9 plus 8 plus 16 is what I did, right? 9 plus 8 plus 16? I think that's just what I did. 9 can't be a nothing here because 9 is nothing in this box. Yeah, I think it's 33. Oh, Crispy, you're forgetting this 8. In your calculation. Right. 1 can't go here, nor can 2. Okay, that's a good point. So because of the 12 outies here, I'm gonna make it useful, even though I think this is totally a hack. But this is a four digits that sum to 12, so they have to include a 1 and a 2. So there's no 1 and 2 here, which means there's a 1 and a 2 here. But this over here, this is the box where where some digit is nothinged. Maybe the 2 is nothinged over here, actually. That's possible. Actually, do I know what the nothing digit is? I could just calculate what the nothing digit is, can't I? What is the nothing digit? It's 3. So how do I do that? These digits sum to 16. Plus 8 plus 9 is 33. Plus another 9 is 42. So the digit that counts for nothing in here is a 3. So yeah, there is a 3 in here, and 3 is nothing over here. So that means that this is a 1, 2, 3, 6. With the 3 counting as nothing. So these are 1, 2, 3, 6, and so we actually know exactly what these are. They are a 4, a 5, and a 7. Very cool. Okay, so that means that these digits are a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 6. So these aren't 2 or 6. That one's not a 1 or a 6. It's 2 or 3. This one down here, it's not 3. That one's not 1. One of these is 6. I don't know if I knew that. Oh, I guess I kind of knew that already if I looked really closely. Okay. Yeah, this has been a pretty tough puzzle. Very fun, but very tough. Let's see. Yeah, I know there's a 6 over here. 3 has now been nothinged over here. So my thing's left to nothing, because I've nothinged a 3 and a 9. And so what are my things that I have left to nothing? I still have to nothing a 2, a 4, and a 5, right? Yeah, and so the 2, 4, and 5 are nothinged in this box, and here. Okay. Box 3-digit. Yeah, the box 3-digit can't be the 2. So one of these two is a 2. Sorry, not one of those two. There's either a 2 here or there's a 2 along here. That's the point. One of these is a 2. So there's no 2 here. I can at least say that. Because I've got to put a 2. I can't put a 2 over there. I guess I should say, I know what the 4 digits that sum to, I should have said this a long time ago. I know what the 4 digits that sum to 11 are. Crispy has this, and I should have seen this forever ago, but it's always 1, 2, 3, 5. So I can pencil mark the 1, 2, 3, and 5 into here. So 5 is not nothinged in this box. So the thing that's nothinged in this box is 2 or 4. No, it can't be 2 either. Neither 2 nor 5 is nothinged in this box. The thing that's nothinged in this box has to be a 4. So in fact, this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quintuple with a 4 over here, because this is where the 4 is nothinged, because it can't be the 2 or the 5 that's nothinged. Gorgeous. So this is not a 4. Okay, and these are 6, 7, 8, 9. I know that these aren't 8. That one's also not 9. This one's not 6. This one's not 4. Not quite. So one of these two, so this cell sees a 2, 5 pair, so it's not a 2 or a 5. That's not the most magnificent deduction. I guess I can record it. This is not a 5 or a 6. So this is a 3, 4. No, it can't be a 3. Or a 4, actually. If this were a 3 or 4... Okay, so this is actually huge. This cell definitely sees a 5 doubler. Because it's either there or there. So this cell can't be a 5, and it can't be a 3 or a 4 either, because both of those would put 5 low digits in here. So this digit's more than 5. So this digit's a 7, 8, or a 9. And that gives me a quad in the column for 7, 8, 9. So that's interesting. And so, maybe it doesn't do anything, though. Let's see. Oh, right. Duh. The doublers are a 2 and a 5, and there's a 2 here. That's the point. So there's a 5 over there. So this is a 2. That's the point. So that's a 1 and a 3. So these are a 3-5 pair. This is not 1 or 3, so it's a 2. These are not 2. That one's not 3 either. What? Three, 4 pair. You're right. 3-4 pair. Sorry, it's not the 5 that's being doubled here. The 5's being doubled up there. Sorry. The 4 is being doubled over here. So this is a 3-4 pair. So this is not a 1 or a 3, so it's a 2. This is not a 2 or a 3. Or a 1. Because these aren't 3 either. So this just is a 4. This is not a 2 or a 4. There's a 1 or a 3. Let's see. Okay, so now this is just a 7 and a 9 to finish this column. These are a 1-3-6, as a few people in chat have noted, so that's a 1-3-6 triple, so that's a 2. If I fill in all these digits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is the answer. I know the 5's not here because the 5's down there. The 4 is not up here either. So these aren't 7, 8. These are a 4, 5 pair. The 4, 5 pair looks over here. I need a 4 in one of these two cells. That's fine. Not exciting, but it's not broken, and I'll take that. Let's see. This is a 1, 2, 3, 6 quad in the column. So if that's a 1, 2, 3, 6 quad, what are these? Then these are 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. And this one is not 8 or 9. It is only 4, 5, or 7. This one's not 8 either. This one's not 8 either. So where does 8 go in this column? 8 in this column can only go up here. And that's a 7. Okay. 7 and 8 go into this this collective of digits. I should just write out the rest of this row. That's probably easier than trying to speculate. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are from 3, 5, 9. One of these two is an 8, I guess. So either this is an 8 with a 1 and a 9, or this is an 8 with a 1 and a 7. Yeah, those are the possibilities. Okay. This 3-4 pair looks up there and says that's not a 3. I'm being told row 8, column 7 is a 6. Because it's not 1 or 2. So it is a 6. I agree. So this is not a 6. Also, in other news, this is a 3. Okay. Is this ever a 3? If this was a 3, I would have an 8 up here, and I would need a 5 on the arrow. That does not work. This can't be a 3 because of the fact that I know one of these two is 8, and no combination works. So this is always a 1. So these are not 1. Those are a 3-6 pair. So that is 1. So this can't be a 7 anymore because it would require a 6 there. So this is either an 8 with a 7 or a 9 with an 8. So I guess that means these are a 7, 8, 9 triple, I guess is the point. So that's a 3 and a 9 and a 5 and a 3. 7, 9 pair in this column. Okay, I've got the quad in this column, so these two are just a 4 and what? 4 and a 5, and I know the order thanks to this 5. So that's a 4 and that's a 5. So these two digits are what? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 are what these are from. This one's not a 6 or a 9, though, so it's a 7, which is going to make that a 9, and that a 6, and that an 8, and that a 9, and that a 7. Somehow I swore this saw a 2, but it doesn't. I don't think. That's not a 7, that's not a 2, that's not a 4. Teapots for everyone. This isn't a 7. Is a 4 or a 5. This isn't a 9. This is not a 4 or a 5. It's a 7 or a 9. There's a 4-5 pair in this column. That's helpful. So this is a 7 and a 9 and a 4. That's going to resolve our teapot. 7. This cell is a 2. Over here I need a 1, and it would seem it has to go there. And this is a 4, and a 5 and a 4. The 5 is the one that's the doubler. We're going to say this 5 is living its best life, so it's doubled and not nothinged like some of its elders. It doesn't want to grow up and be like its elders. So that we're all nothinged all over the puzzle. So we have our doublers in place. We can get rid of the green. And so this doubler, what was it? This was a 3, if I remember correctly. This one was a 4, and that's a 3. This one was a 9. So this is not a 9 or a 3, so it's a 5 and a 3. This is a 5 to make my 5 arrow work. These are a 1, 2, of course. That 1 looks over and gives me the 2 and the 1. Let's see. 9 looks down and gives me a 7, a 6, an 8, a 9. Let's see. This is not a 7. This is not a 2. I can get rid of the corner marks, the 2 and the 4. This is not a 4. More teapots for everyone. This is not a 4 either. This is not a 3 or a 6. That's too many digits. I'm missing something. The 5. There we go. Makes that a 7 and 2 and a 1. So these are not 1. This one's not 2 or 3, so that one's a 6. This one's not 3 or 6, so it's a 2, making that a 4 and a 7. Making this a 4, and that a 5. 6 looks up and makes that a 3 and a 6. And we finally come down to here, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the bet cell is a 5. Congratulations, Isabella. Zach applauds you. Woohoo! Woohoo! Woo! Very cool puzzle. I enjoyed that one a great deal. Donates $5. That's a nice solve. Love your setting on CTC. Thank you so much. I am very happy that CTC seems to enjoy my puzzles, because I greatly enjoy setting them and enjoy watching them. And then asks if they can send a puzzle for me to try. So you can send me permission to do your puzzles. That would be good. You should go on the Discord if you're on the Discord and message Tristan. If not, there's a link to the Puzzle Plaza Discord. If you have an LMD page, that's super helpful. I'll just peruse the LMD page. If there's anything you think would be particularly appropriate for the stream based on what you know from me, you can do that. But generally, I just like to see puzzles that are posted somewhere where I can see that people enjoyed them and were able to solve them. And then I will happily consider doing them. Fair warning, more puzzles get added to the bucket of list of puzzles I intend to do than get taken out of the bucket. If you have puzzles on the CTC Discord that are published somewhere where I can look at them and see feedback or whatever, that's fine. Like the Discord Puzzle Archive works, as long as people have rated it or whatever. I mostly just want to avoid the outcome that I'm doing a puzzle that turns out to not quite solve because there's a misplaced clue or something like that. That is the big thing I want to avoid. But plus, people saying your puzzle is nice is always helpful. But yeah, just ping Tristan on the Discord and let him know, and we'll look through it. Alrighty. So I guess that means that I have time for one more puzzle today. Yeah, Isabella, I was following your journey as you were doing that. As you were setting your puzzle, it looks suspiciously like a puzzle that I set recently. But by suspiciously, to be clear, I'm not accusing you of anything, because no one has seen the puzzle I set that it looks like. But I had a dream about an arrangement of Kropke dots that was very similar to the one there. Tristan Occupanti is the one you should message on the Discord. That one. Although it turned out that my dreamed arrangement of Kropke's, when I put it into a solver, had no solutions. So yours has more solutions than the one I at first imagined. The Tristan that just waved. All right, so I'm going to go dig up another puzzle that will hopefully be medium in length, and then I will be right back, and we'll do another puzzle. Alrighty, welcome back. We're going to do a Playmaker puzzle. By the way, that was a great puzzle, tesseralis. I'm glad that you, hopefully you enjoyed setting with the constraint at least. It seems to work out very well. Was quite challenging, but not in a bad way at all. I don't think any of the deductions were unfair or unfun. Okay, so we have a Playmaker potpourri puzzle here. So Playmaker puzzles are always an interesting challenge. So So first of all, let's start with the diagonal. So the diagonal just contains no repeated digits. So if this is a 7, that can't be a 7, for example. Digits within a cage don't repeat and have the given sum. So no repeated digits in this 14 cage. That digit and that digit are different, but their sum is 14. The sum of these three is 10, and so on. These are arrows. They're sort of the classic arrows. So this, just like we just did. So the sum of these two digits is this digit. None of them will be doubled or nothinged or anything in this puzzle. Digits on a purple line. Purple lines are Renbon. And so these three digits form a string of consecutive digits. And it doesn't matter what digits they are as long as they're consecutive. So it could be something like 7, 8, 9, for example, in any order. And digits along gray lines have the same parity. They're all odd or they're all even. And they are non-repeating. And consecutive with regards to their parity. So this could be 1, 3, 5, but they actually have to go in order. So I could not do 7, 3, 5. That is not in order. So they're non-repeating and they're in an order. So that is this puzzle. Okay, so first things first, we're going to work with the Renbon. So we're going to look at the yellow cells, the cells on the diagonal that are not on the Renbon. So these sum to 15. These three, I don't know what they sum to, but I know that it is... I know that it's odd because every arrow, if you include the circle, sums to an even number. And so this is even, and I'm going for 45. So this is odd, and this is odd. And ergo, this Renbon has an even sum, which means that it has... Sorry, means it has an odd sum. This Renbon has an odd sum, because the whole diagonal needs to sum to 45, and I just said that both yellow pieces have an odd sum, and odd plus odd is even. Okay, so this Renbon, I have no idea how to notate this, contains 2 evens and 1 odd. I guess the easiest way to do that is to list 2, 4, 6, 8. Sorry. 2, 4, 6, 8. And there's no 1 or 9 on it, so the odds are 3, 5, or 7. It cannot have 3 odds on it because these are 3 consecutive digits. And 3 odd digits would not be consecutive. Okay, so that is the most minor of deductions. I thought it would be useful. It was a thing that it looked like I could do. But I'm not sure that I believe it was actually at all useful. Okay, so where is 1 along this diagonal, I guess is the next question. Could 1 be down here? Maybe. Could 1 be up here? If 1 is up here, then these sum to at least 14. But those circles could add to 14. They're not going to be bothered about it too much. Let's see. Oh, no, the 20 cage... Okay, I guess I have my little cheat sheet here. What does the 20 cage cheat sheet tell me if I can manage the dexterity game? It always has an 8 or a 9 in it. This never has an 8 or a 9 in it. Could have an 8 and a 9 in it. Okay. I guess I could look at counting... I could be more precise and count how many... odds and evens there are. Like, I can't get to 20 in all evens, right? So, because I can't get to 20 in all evens, this is always... And here's where I wish, so if Sven is watching, I wish I could put orange in twice so that I could click orange, orange, blue, and have it show me my thing, but with... I guess I'll do it that way. So yellow will be my second orange. I believe all the meaningful rules are currently on screen, but I can shrink the zeta a bit so that you can see all of them, but I don't think there's any surprises. So this is 1 even and 2 odds is the point. And so this 10, oh, the 10 also can't be all evens. So the 10 cage is also 1 even and 2 odds. And so I guess the point is there are 2 evens. Okay. So so there's 1 even and 2 odds in both of these. So that means there are 2 evens in here. We said already there's 2 evens along the Renbon. So these are all odd. Is one of my conclusions out of all of this. Again, it's not the best conclusion, but it's a conclusion, and I'm going to be happy with a conclusion. So now... Okay, so where are the remaining 2 odds in this box? Is it possible that one of those odds is on each arrow? And the answer is no. Both odds have to be on one arrow. Because again, the sum of an arrow is always even. So either both odds are above the diagonal or both odds are below the diagonal. It's not quite... yes, as Ranks says, a 2-cell arrow with its circle always is 1 even or 3 evens, because the sum of the arrow is always even, if you sum the circle as well. Okay, I know there's an even and an odd here in this pair. 14 could be all evens, right? There's only one more odd down here. Okay, so I don't quite know what to do with it yet, but this is an even and an odd, and that's an even and an odd. And they're both sort of poking into this box. This is also an even and an odd, for what it's worth. So one of these is all even. Okay. So whichever of these is all even, this is a weird deduction again, whichever of these is all even, I don't know if it's that one or that one, it's going to make it impossible for the line in the corresponding corner to be even. So one of these two at least is odd. Now, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with the fact that one of these is odd, but one of them is odd. At least. Maybe both of them are odd. Let's see. So I know these are both an odd-even pair. Yep, agree with Ranks that sort of would fix... If I knew which one of these was odd, it would fix around... If I knew one of these was even, rather, it would fix around how this whole shebang works. I should probably be keeping in mind that these have to go in some very specific order. So 2, 4, 6, 8, or 8, 6, 4, 2. If this were even. Oh, does it say in any order? Oh, it's just that they have to be consecutive. No. Does it say in any order? I don't see it saying in any order. I see they form a set of non-repeating consecutive digits in terms of their respect... Oh, no, it does say in any order. Sorry, there we go. In any order. Okay. They're just equal parity Renbon. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Okay, so yeah, so the order is not relevant. Hey, Playmaker, how are you? I got some orange cells in your puzzle. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're not having a great day. I'm going to mark that I know that these are one of each. That this is one of each. Yes, my fancy new glasses. I enjoy them. I have had the same style of glasses for essentially forever. Let's see. Todd did the math for me and told me what these sum to based on what this sums to. So these let's reproduce Todd's work. So these sum to 15. If this were 15 plus 876, then what would happen? 15 plus 876, that is 15 plus 876. That's 15 plus 21. That's 36. That would make these three add to 9. They would be 135. But that's going to be an awful big problem when I then try and make these work. Because now these only sum to 9, so now actually we know what the sum of the circles is. It's 45 minus 9 over 2. So that is 18. And I certainly am not making the two circles sum to 18. So I completely agree with Todd's point that there's no 8 on the Renbon, and because it has two evens on the outside, there's no 7 on it either. So now, what if, let's just do the math again, since it was so successful. That was a very good spot, Todd, by the way. By the way, welcome, Todd. I think I've seen you here before, but but welcome anyway, in any event. So if this were 15 plus 15, then this would be 15 in sum, and then I would need these to sum to 30, so I would need these two to sum to 15. That seems very plausible. Or if this was 2, 3, 4, that's 9 plus 15. And 9 plus 15 is what? 9 plus 15 is 24. So I would need these three to add to 21. 45 minus 21 is 24, so I'd need these to add to 12. That also seems plausible. Mehdi has an excellent point, which is that I need to put an 8 down here somewhere. So there's no 8 in the 20 cage. And there is no 8 in the 10 cage. Well, the 10 cage was never going to have an 8 anyway. But that means there's definitely a 9 in the 20 cage for whatever it's worth. So now the 9 on this diagonal is now definitely up here. Is one consequence of that. So that seems like it might be intended. If we're trying to reverse psychology playmaker here. So now the arrows here sum to at most 15. Interesting. So they would have to be 8, 7 exactly if we went with the version where they need to sum to 15. Let's see. There's nothing like I always need a 5 or a 6, right? So if this were 5, 6, 9, then the 10 cage would have to be 1, 2, 7 exactly. Okay, so that's a smart point from Jay. So I know these numbers add to a multiple of 3, and that's just a property of any 3 consecutive numbers, so you can just check it here. There's only 2 possibilities. I guess I know there's always a 4 here, don't I? Because this is either 2, 3, 4, or 4, 5, 6. So let's actually run with that for a second. There's no 4 over here, so there's a 4 in one of these places. I guess that's not super interesting. I retract my claim that I had an interesting thing. But they always add to a multiple of 3. These add to a multiple of 3. 45 is a multiple of 3, so these need to add to a multiple of 3. So I have a multiple of 3 already. I have a 9, so I need to pick 2 more odd numbers that add to a multiple of 3. And so if I write down what my other odd numbers are, they're 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. Sorry. So the thing I can't do is I can't put a 3 here. if I put a 3 here, that's 2 multiples of 3, and I'd need another one, and I can't have one. So in fact, these always include a 9, and they have to come from 1, 5, 7. 1 and 7 are actually the same mod 9, or sorry, mod 3. They're both 1 mod 3, and so I actually need a 1 mod 3 number and a 2 mod 3 number. Which means that actually there's always a 5 up here, because I need a 2 mod 3 number to cancel out the 1 mod 3 number. And so I always have a 5 and a 9 up here, and then I either have a 1 or a 7 to go with it. Okay. So no 5 down here. There's a 5 in one of these outer cages. And so the fact that there's always a 5 tells me there's not a 5 on the Renbon. So there's no 5, so there's no 6. So the Renbon is 2, 3, 4. Interesting. Okay, so the even digits he'll tell me the intended playmaker says they'll tell me the intended break-in after I'm done ruining their puzzle. Okay. So these digits are from, so the evens are 6 and 8 are down here. I guess I can, yeah. The evens down here are 6 and 8. And then the odds, I know I've used 5 and 9 and 3. So the odds I have left are, oh, never mind. There's a really easy way to do this. These three numbers add to 15. And one of them is 6 and one of them is 8. So the other one had better be 1 or the world is broken. So these are indeed 1, 6, 8. And as soon as you know they're 1, 6, 8, that tells you the 10 cage has to be 2, 3, 5, because the only way you make 10 in 3 without a 1 is 2, 3, 5. That's just, I mean, I feel silly saying this, but that's just a thing you know if you do enough of these. And so then this must be 4, 7, 9 to math everything. So now that tells me that these aren't 1. So these are 5, 7, 9, exactly. And so now I know the sum of these digits. So 5, 7, 9 sum to 21. So these sum to 24, which means the two circles need to add to 12, but they can't be 5, 7, or 3, 9, so they need to be 4, 8. And so they're both blue in particular. That's the only way that I can do this. So one of these is 1, 3, because that's the only way to make 4. Yeah, so the 4 is 1, 3, and the 8 is 2, 6. Yeah, so one of these is 1, 3, and I'm just going to write 1, 3, 2, 6 around the outside, and then we'll work out how I know which one it is when I know which one it is. So the 7, if the 7 looks at a 1, 3, it has to be 2, 5. If the 7 looks at a 2, 6, it has to be 3, 4. That seems painful for me to consider, if I'm going to be completely honest. The 9 is even worse, if you think about what it looks like in various instances. So what do I do? Something drunken sailor or something. I don't know exactly how the song goes. It's been very cool so far. It's amazing how, and Playmaker has this just art of setting these puzzles where you get these little tiny deductions that seem to do nothing, but then suddenly you know exactly what the world looks like down these three things, even though, like, at every point, every deduction seemed not very useful. Okay. Okay, so ranks gives me that this is all. This can't be 1, 6, because that would break both of these. So this is 2, 3, 4, 5, as we went over, and that gives us a virtual 2, 3 pair in the column. Medi says the 10 cage can't be even numbers anymore. Hey, Ensig, welcome. Okay, so why can't this be even numbers anymore? 4 plus 7 equals 11 in 4 cells. Yeah, we looked at what that possibility would look like. But if it's 8, then this still works out the other way. So if this were 2, 8, this would be a 4. If this were 4, 6, this would be an 8. I don't quite see the claim about the 10 cage. I guess I can ask questions like, where are the 4 and 8 in row 1? If either of them happens to end up over here, I know that this is an even line. Yeah, at least one of the gray things has to be odds. And I guess the one that looks at 1, 3 is evens, actually. So if one of these is a 4 with a 1, 3, that's too many odds for this to be odds. So one of these is actually so one of these is evens. So one is evens and one is odds. And the one that's evens is going to be interesting. Okay. The one that's evens is going to put 2 odds here. I mean, the one that's evens is going to put 3 odds over here. So whichever of them is even is going to put 3 odds over here. It's going to be 4 odds. I was hoping that that would get me to 5 odds, but it doesn't quite. So if this is 4 evens, that would be 6 evens. That would be 7 evens. I only get 1 more even for the whole shebang. I guess in this universe it would be any of these, possibly. Well, no, it would be one of those two. One of these would end up being even. The last even would be row 1, column 2. Okay, so let's try that again, because apparently I did it badly. So if these are evens, that's 6 evens right there. That's 7 evens. But in this universe where this thing is evens, this is 1, 3. So these aren't even. So these are all odd. These are even. I think when this is even, this is a 4. Yeah, but it's all 8 evens, but I just know where they go, and it's fine, right? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then one of these two, 6. Why does column 1 need a 9th even? Remember, these are both odd in this universe. You don't need to put an even in row 1, column 2. You don't want to put an even there. These are both odd. Oh, row 1, column 2. That one. Oh, right. Sorry. I was really stuck on the other row 1, column 2. This row 1, column 2. Right. So in the universe where this is evens, we actually, this actually gets us 4 evens in the column. So that is odd, but it can't be because the other odds are there. Okay. So agree, now we're on the same page. Okay, so now that's not blue. All of these are orange. Right. So the point is, again, if this were even, that would give me my 4 evens for the column, but this is, so this would be odd, but it's already established that this can only be even if these are the 2 odds that remain in the box. Okay, so the 10 cage is 2 odds, the 9 cage is some evens. These are all odd. So let's see, we already established this can't be, these can't be even anymore, so those are the odd ones. So this is a 4 with a 1, 3. This is an 8 with a 2, 6. So this is not a 2, 5, this is a 3, 4. This 8 is looking at the 11. I know there's definitely a 3 on here, because remember, this is not just odds, it's odds that form a consecutive string. And any 4 odds that form a consecutive string involve a 3. So that's the 4 and the 3. So that's even, that's odd. So there's definitely a 3 over in this column. And so there's a 1 over here and a 3 over here. Oh, and Zach fell asleep over on the side. What dance do you want to do? He's thinking. He says he wants to do an 8 dance. So he's going to do an 8 dance to celebrate the many digits, including the 8 that have gone into the grid. Doop-a-doop, whoop-doop, doop-a-doop, bloop-doop, doop-a-doop, boop-a-doop, 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 boop-a-doop. Hello. Thank you, Zach. That was a lovely finish there. So if there's a 1, it's over here, I suppose, is one of the morals. This is a 5 or a 7. This is a 2 or a 4. This is 1, 9 or 3, 7. I don't know that that is worth going into too much detail on. Let's see. I'm squinting at the cages down here and seeing if this has told me provided any insight into the cages down here. I do not think that it has immediately, at the very least. We have 4 evens in row 2. We do have 4 evens in row 2. Thank you, Screaming Ice Cube. So one of these is a 1, and one of them is a 3. Places 4 in box 9. Ah, yes, it does place 4 in box 9. Excellent, excellent. That 4 looked over here. It was a long way to look, but it looked all the way over there, thanks to the diligence of Ambrose. So these are a 7-9 pair. I don't think I know much about this cage yet. So there's a 4 down here somewhere. Let's see. So if this is odd, it is a 3 or a 5. It can't be a 3. So if this is odd, it's a 5, and that's a 6. Oh, this could never be a 5. Right. Okay. So, so here's the point. I know that there is a 3, a 5, and a 7 on this line, no matter what. So if this is odd, it's not 3, 5, or 7, but it's also not 1 or 9. So it's not odd, it's even. That's the point. And so this is odd. Okay, and so this is not 4 or 8. This is 2 or 6. So 2 would go with 9, and 6 would go with 5. Ooh, ice cream. I hope you brought enough to share. I would like some ice cream. Because I can't put a 1 in an 11 cage. Oh, and that's all the odds for the column. I did not notice. So these are both even. That was true long ago. Ooh, thank you, thank you. I will enjoy the delicious ice cream. So there's 2 evens over here. So there's only 1 even over here, so one of these is even. I guess that's not a profound statement. This isn't a 3, so it's even. While we are doing this. Suddenly I have a 2-4 pair in this column. So, is it worth looking at the fact that if this is even, it can be neither 2 nor 4? I guess I already knew that, because it's in a box with a 2, 3, 4. 4 in box 3. 4 in box 3. 4 in box 3 is just placed right there. Thank you, Tony. So 4 in this box is in one of these 2 cells. If 4 were here, this would have to be 6 or 8. This 2, 6 goes up here, so this is always a 2 or a 6. So one of these is an 8. So one of these is an 8. This line can't have a 4 in it. That is a great spot to Medi. This line can't have a 4. This cell sees that 4. This cell sees a 2, 3, 4 triple. This cell sees that 4. And I can't make a set of 3 consecutive even digits without a 4. I always need to use a 4 and a 6. So these are odd. And yeah, sadly I could do 5, 7, 9 if I wanted to not use a 3. Very cool spot though. Row 1, column 6 is a naked single. Oh, wow. Wow. That's, impressive on me that I somehow, missed that. I was deep in thought, thinking thoughts, question mark. Okay. And then that 2 nabs this 6, actually. So these are a 2, 8 pair, which makes that a 6 and a 2. Okay. I'm trying to decide if there's a way I can prove this isn't 5, 7, 9. This would have to be a 5, because the 7, 9 looking at it, and then this would have to be, these would have to be a 7, 9 pair. The 7, 9 pair would make that a 5. Put a 5 over there. Oh, here's an interesting point that I had not appreciated. There's a 5 in both there's a 3 and a 5 in both of these. So 3 and 5 in this row are forced into these cells by the Jovi wing. So there's actually always a 3 and a 5 in these cells. Not that I know that any particular one of them has to be a 3 or a 5, but there is always a 3 and a 5 in here. Let's see, 6 in box 2. I am inquired about. So 6 in box 2 is definitely in one of this cacophony of cells. Let's see, if this were a 6, this would have to be an 8 and a 4. 6, 8, 4, though, seems plausible to me. I don't see anything immediately wrong with it. Yeah, I don't see anything immediately wrong with it. So yeah, just one of these is a 6. But I don't know where it is. 4 in box 6. 4 in box 6 is in one of these two cells. This is a 4, then this is a 6 or an 8, and this is a 6 or an 8. So if this is a 4, this is a 6-8 pair. In any event, I suppose that tells me there's no 4 in the 14. I guess I knew there's no 4 in the 14 cage if I'd ever bothered to pencil mark it. Sorry. No 4. Are there any other digits that I know for certain are not anywhere in the 14 cage? I don't think so. Let's see. Garion says this can't be a 9 because it breaks row 6, column 2. If this were a 9, that would be 5 and 6. So 9, 5, 7. I don't think I see it yet. Oh, is it that this pair being 3, 5 breaks this line? I bet it's that this pair being 3, 5 makes this not work. I don't quite see it still. 7 is not in the 14 cage. Do I know for sure? Ah, yes, 7 is not in the 14 cage. Great point. 7-9 pair looks at these two. That 7 looks down at this one. No 7 in the 14 cage. Great spot to Nico Jazz there. By the way, welcome, Nico Jazz. Nice to see you. Okay, so if this is a 9, this is a 5. That knocks 5 out of both of these two cells. Why does it mean this can't be a 5? Oh, it's this line. It's this line that's broken. Okay, sorry. I kept being convinced it was this line. It's this line that's broken. If this is a 9, then both of these digits are 5s. This is Garion's point that poor Garion has been trying to communicate to me for what feels like the better part of an hour. If both of these are 5s, this line is horribly broken because it needs to have a 5. So this absolutely cannot be a 9. 14 cage candidates Jaleb wanted to look at. There's only a few of them. There's a 1, 2, or 3 in there. There's a 6, 8, or 9 in there. There's a 3 or a 5 in there. Let's see. And Ranks was promising me colors. The 14 has exactly 1 even. No matter what way you do it, the 14 has exactly 1 even. So if I look at the colors in this column, there are at least 5 odds. Sorry, there are at least 4 odds in these cells, plus at least 5 odds now. So both of these are even, actually, which is going to make these even. And actually, because there's only 1 even in here and 1 even in here, and the 14, sorry, because there's only 1 odd in here and only 1 odd in here, actually that's even, and this is even. And so, sorry, no, I did that wrong. This is 2 odds and an even. One of these is even. One of these is even, and one of them is odd. So this one is odd. One of these is even, and one of them is odd. So this one is odd. Okay, so this is odd, and this is an even odd pair. This is an even odd pair, but I'm just going to not color the even odd pairs, I don't think. I don't think I need to color the even odd pairs. Okay. There needs to be a 4 and a 6 on this line. Unfortunately, that looks like it could go just about anywhere. Let's see. So this is a 6 or an 8. I suppose that's one thing I can fill in. This is a 6 or an 8. Okay, so yeah, so if this was an 8, yeah, the not super clear. Let's see. The even in the 10 cage is a 2. In particular, this orange cell, not 2. So there's a 2 over here. So these actually are not 2. These are from 4, 6, 8. Good spot from Ransk there. So if there's a... Oh, so there's just not a 2 on this line, is the point. This line does not have any spot that can accommodate a 2. So this line is a 4, 6, 8. So this is a 4 or 6. This is a 6 or 8. This can be any of them. But any cell that sees all of the cells there, like this one, this can't be even because it sees 2, 4, 6, and 8. So this cell is odd. That might be the only one that sees all of 2, 4, 6, and 8. But hey, it was something. If this is a 5, I am being told I need to put a 5 in the 10 cage, which sounds problematic. If this is a 5, then there's a 5 over here. Right, okay. If this is a 5, wait. This 10 cage. If this is a 5, then that's a 5. There are 2 10 cages. Oh, this isn't even a 10 cage. Never mind. Yes, if this is a 5, then I put a 5 here, and I need a second 5, and I can't do that. So that's not a 5. Good spot. So, in particular, I guess the other way to say that is the 5 in this box is definitely down here. Okay, so it's either 3 and 7 or 1 and 9 in a random order. I mean, presumably the order's not that random, but I don't know. 5's a line is a good point from Garion. We have a Jovi wing on 5s from these, so one of these is a 5. Okay. Do I still know that I can't do 5, 7, 9 or something like that? Solves the 11 cage. It does resolve the 11 cage. Yes, exactly. Because the 5's a line, meaning this can't be a 5 anymore. Got it. So that's a 9 and a 2. So now there is no 9 on this line. And if there's no 9 on this line, then what is on this line is at least a 3 and a 5, and then a 7 or a 1, your choice. So where does the 3 go? The 3 has to go here. This needs to have a 5, so one of these two is a 5. I don't know which one, but it tells me that's not a 5. Okay, so this is a 1 or a 5. Oops, sorry. So I can rule out the ones of these cages that don't have a 1 or a 5, which is only this one, I suppose. But hey, it pays to rule more things out. So once you rule out the ones that don't have a 1 or a 5, they all have 5s. So there is a 5 in this cage somewhere. I don't know where yet, but there's one somewhere. 3 in box 8 looks up. The 3 in box 8 does look up, yes. Blue and orange. Makes that a 2 and a 3. I said orange. Sven, come on. You're killing me here. So one of these is a 3. That's all the evens in row 4, as Ranks points out. So these are all odd now. That's all the odds in box 4, so these are even. So I know what that one is, actually. This one's an 8. These are a 4 and a 6. And this one's a 2. So this one's not an 8. Okay, yeah, these aren't 4, 6, but I kind of already knew that. I guess I knew one of these was an 8. Yes, Tristan? Oh, 1 second. Ooh, excellent, Jay. I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed Double Double. I was quite Zach, go to whitening the thing. There we go. Bring the color back. There we go. Zach is a multi-purpose penguin. He both dances for digits, but also he fixes cameras by standing in front of them. Yeah, I was quite happy with how Double Double came out. I was a little afraid it was going to feel gimmicky, but I was very happy at the end of the day with it. Okay. Yes, I do have a new puzzle. Have you done any of the doubler puzzles, Playmaker? I know you've been busy with life stuff, so I have not I've not harangued you about any of my new puzzles. But I do like the doubler stuff. Okay, 2 in row 5, says Nico, will get me some colors. I like colors. 2 in row 5. 2 in row 5 is going to go over here. And so that's going to align the 2s. Oh, that's all the evens for row 5. That's the point, because there's an even over here, because 2 is even. So these are both odd now. And that's all the odds for the box. So this is even. So it's a 6 or an 8. So this can't be a 6, because if this were a 6, it would make that an 8, and this cell broken. So this is a 4. So this is not a 4. So this is a 4. So that's a 6 and a 4. I'm being told the 14 cage can't have a 3 anymore. Yes, the 14 cage can't have a 3, so we've ruled that out. So it is now 1, 5, 8. So this is not a 6. This is a 1, 5, or 8. One of these is the 8, is the point. That's not the 8. One of these is the 8, which makes that a 6. And an 8, and a 6. This isn't 4 anymore. I can place 3 in box 2. I can place 3 in box 2. That's very nice. Okay, this can't be a 3 because that would need to be a 7, and even I can see that that's next to a 7 in this particular day while my Sudoku is at its best. So that's a 3, which now means this is a 6 because I had 6 pencil marked into one of those cells. And now, where does the 3 go in this box? It now has to go here, which makes that a 7 by the magic of the cage. Means this is the 7 for the row, so that's a 5 and a 9. These are a 1, 5, and 9. These are a 1, 9 pair. So the last odd up here is a 5, so this is a 5, 8 pair, for whatever that is worth. Precious little, I suspect. Let's see. That's a bunch of 6s, though, as Tony points out. So we've got some 6ing to do. So there's a 6 here by the magic of Sudoku. So this is not a 6. Now there's a 6 here by the magic of Sudoku. So now there's a 6 here by the magic of Sudoku. So that's all the 6s, I believe, all suddenly magically have appeared. Let's see. This is a 1, 5, or 8, and yep, it sure is. It's 1, 8 pair, doesn't see anything. Let's see. Where is the 9 in column 7? Asks Medi. And the 9 in column 7 can only go here. Oh, I understand why I did not see this. I looked at this and was like, that doesn't look like a tuple. But the reason it doesn't look like a tuple is because I've had a 3 here looking down at this for... We won't discuss how long. A 3 looking down at that for a long time that has made that a 3. Which has been a very useful thing to have seen that I did not see. So that's the 3. These aren't 9 anymore. They are 1 and 5. I'm told I have all but 1 4. So I certainly have a 4 here. That may or may not be the last 4. It appears to be the last 4. What about 6s? How am I on 6s? I have all the 6s. What about 8s? I am nowhere near all of the 8s, though. That's disappointing. But what if I want to be done the 8s? Okay. So now I have a 2, 5 pair here. So this isn't a 5 anymore. Sorry, is not a 5 anymore. So the 5 in this row is either there or there. I know one of these two is a 5, so neither of these two is ever a 5. So yeah, that's true. That 1, 8 means this isn't a 1, so that's a 5. So this is a 1 or an 8. Thank you, thank you. So this is not a 3, 5, or 7, so this is a 1 or a 9 only. And this is the last odd for the column, so it's a 1 or a 9 as well. Do I have all the 2s? Oh, I don't have anywhere near... Why didn't I check 2s? I never even... When I thought I was doing quote-unquote all the evens, I never even looked at 2s. There's one more odd over here somewhere. 2, 5 pair in box 9 sees what? I feel like this is the punchline of a joke. let's see. 5 in cage 14. We got the 5 in the 14 cage. Column 2 needs an 8 and an odd. Oh, where does 7 go in box 4 is a good question. 7 in box 4 has to go here. So these aren't 7. In fact, I know what they are. They are a 1 and a 5. So one of these is a 3, and the other is a 7. And the 3 looks left to tell me that that's the 7, and that's the 3. These digits are an 8 and a 9. So these digits are a 1 and a 5. So I still know one of these two is a 5, and that still seems like it should tell me something, but I don't know that it does. 7 in column 5. Okay, no 7 up there. No 7 there. Aha! 7 in column 5. Beautiful spot, Screaming Ice Cube. You definitely went to scanning school. There's a 7. So this is not 3 or 7. I guess this is 1, 5, or 9. Yeah, I definitely should not have skipped class when I was in scanning school, and I regret that in retrospect. 2 in box 8. 2 in box 8. Very well spotted to Nico. 2 in box 8 goes here, which makes this an orange and this a blue. And a 5 and a 2, and a 1 and a 5. Row 9 has a 1. Aha, this 1 did something. I was not expecting the 1 to do something, but the 1 snuck over here and made this orange, and this blue. So that's a 9 and an 8. The 8 looks up there and gives me a 2 and an 8. My favorite scanning moment today was when I was doing Siphon, and Ranks said, "Fun fact, there's a blue line in box 6." Which was not my best moment, we'll say. So there we go. So now these are odd, because there's all the evens for the row. Now, if I think very carefully, I can identify that this cell is blue. And so that's all the blues for the box. So this cell is orange. This column has all its oranges, so that's blue. This box has all its blues, so that's orange. This column has all of its oranges, so that's blue. This box has all of its blues, so that's orange. Alrighty. Oh, I never put in a bet cell for this puzzle. It's probably a little late to add in a bet cell. Okay, how about this one? Do people want to bet on what that cell is? I will let you place your bet on what this cell is. And you can perhaps have the success that I was craving earlier that I never got from Ranks. Let's see. So that's an 8 and a 5. And so that 5 looks down here and says one of these two is 5, but it's never that one, because this one would rule 5 off of both of those. So that's the 5. So that's a 1 and a 5. That's a 9 and a 1. That's an 8. 1, 3, 5, 7. That's a 9. So that's a 1 and a 9. 1, 3, 5. That's a 7. That's a 1. That's a 9. So that's a 7 and a 9. These are a 1 and a 7, which have to go in that order. That 1 looks up there, gives me a 5 and a 1. This is the last odd digit. It's a 5. And then I seem to have picked a pretty good bet cell, at least, because it seems difficult to figure it out. Let's see. It's not a 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 6, 4, or 8, so I believe it is a 2. There we go. Very nice puzzle, Playmaker. I really enjoyed the beginning of that, because it's sort of, you just kept getting so little at a time, but you kept getting more. Everything just gave you just a little bit more, and just a little bit more, and just a little bit more, until eventually you suddenly got through the whole thing. But a very cool puzzle. I still have many Playmaker puzzles to do, but I guess I still have many puzzles of many setters to do. I will get there. But anyway, but yes, I for those of you who are just showing up, I do have a few new puzzles posted over on LMD. So if you're interested in doing some doubler puzzles, I now have a doubler puzzle with Tallcat that's between lines, a doubler puzzle with thermos, and a doubler puzzle with double arrows, just because, well, how could you not? But despite the fact that I did it purely because I thought of the name Double Double, and so I couldn't get it out of my head, the puzzle actually came out well. Alrighty, but I'm going to wrap up the stream for there for the day. I'll be back on Wednesday. I'll be announcing a new stream schedule soon. Basically, the short version is I'm going to shorten the stream on Wednesdays and add a stream on Fridays, and maybe move my Saturday stream a little bit. But anyway, I'm going to be teaching again, so I can't stream while I'm teaching calculus. I mean, probably I technically could, but I don't think it would come off as very responsible. It's probably not a good use of tenure. So I'm going to just move things around a little bit. I'll still be streaming as much, and I think actually the new stream schedule is probably going to work better for more people showing up, but we'll see exactly how it shakes out. But still in the planning stages, but should be announcing that soon. This is going to start the end of the month or so. Alrighty. Well, thanks everyone for dropping by. It's been a well-attended stream. It's been fun hanging out with all of you. I saw lots of new folks, by the way, which is very cool. So if you're new, please subscribe. It's much appreciated. Big thank you to all of you who support the channel. It really does help a lot in sort of keeping track of everything, keeping the lights on around here, all of that sort of stuff. It encourages Tristan to spend a lot of his time sort of managing everything. So be sure to thank Tristan for all of his managerial, editorial, and other roles that he has sort of assumed in all of the greater zetamath enterprises. So I greatly appreciate him. Alrighty, so I also would like to say thank you to our super supporters. So those are our turbines, David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Knitting by Franco, and Woofer. Thank you very much. I will see you all very soon. Ta-ta for now.